As we kick it off, here we going live. Hopefully this thing works today. Canada votes 2025. Hope everybody's having a great day. All right, guys, welcome to Canada Votes. We're just going to do this quick live stream for you guys. Well, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but we're going to do this live stream here with you guys, and let's see the Liberals steal this election. Yeah. All right, guys, just bear with me. I have to share this live stream out if you guys want to join us, so give me a second. It's not allowing me to see the live stream. So I got to go back to the channel with the live stream, and then I have to get the link for this. All right, guys, just bear with me. This is going to be a lengthy show, so guys, nobody panic if you don't see any action for a couple of minutes here. Nobody freak out or panic. And I'm going to grab that there. Yeah, I'll put it on Facebook here. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of negativity, guys, from a lot of people. A lot of people are calling me anti-Canadian, and call me whatever you want, man. I'm trying to tell you what is going on. I'm just trying to make sense of what's going on for you guys. And I've been telling you guys, China plays a gigantic part on the future of Canada. China plays a massive role on what happens in Canada. And no one cares. No. They don't have no say. You guys are going to see what's going to happen. You guys are going to see what's going to happen. Old white guy in the house. Hey, Steve the plumber. Hey, add me on the Instagram if you want to call in. We don't do the Skype anymore because something changed with it. So we've been having a lot of luck using Instagram's been great. So if you guys wanna call in, I would like old white man and Steve to call in. That's 100% for sure. Because today we're gonna steal how the Liberals are gonna steal this election. We told you they were, because you know why? Because they have to. They have to. I put up a video earlier saying that Chinese are getting emails basically stating that they are having to vote Liberal, or they're going to get deported if the Conservatives come in. Right? So, how many countries have you been to? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just 6, 7, 8. I don't know. 9. I don't know. I have to sit down and look at a map. Okay. I like your newsroom. Well, Sign Walker, I speak Spanish, Portuguese, and English. If I was Prime Minister of Canada and I had a meeting with the Mexican president, I'd show up there and I speak Mexican. I go down to Brazil, I speak Portuguese. I go anywhere. America, I speak English. Canada, I speak English. Oh, okay. I was born in the USA and moved to Canada when I was 12. I'm 31, been to England since. I have family over there. Been to India since. I'm Indian. And old white guy saying, then they better vote 3 times instead of 2. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to give you guys my Instagram here. If you guys want to support the transmission and buy me a coffee, I'll put up a link there too. Let's just do, you know what? Let's just do a quick channel plug here. It's just 2 things I want to show you guys here. And let's see if I could find what I'm looking for here. 1 second, guys. All right, boys and girls. If you guys want to buy me a coffee, there it is. Buy your boy a coffee. If you feel you're getting some sort of a value out of this transmission, there it is right there. Buy me a coffee. I'm going to pin this. There it is. Buy me a coffee. If you feel there's any. And there's my Facebook there where you guys could find. There's the video up there where I got a lot of people shitting on me saying there's only 1 million Chinese in Canada. There's millions, 6, 7 million in Canada. Oh, but Stats Canada's saying something else, Mike. The same people that lied about global warming, the same people that lied about everything, your food, everything, swine flu, everything. The same people are going to tell you, no, there's only 200 Chinese in Canada. It's communist. You bring in communism, you become communist. Oh, there's only 200 people Chinese in Canada. Oh, fuck you. Country's destroyed. You guys don't get it. Mike, what are your thoughts on Bernier? I went to vote today. I voted for Maxime Bernier. And I voted, my wife and my mom, we all voted for Maxime Bernier. You've talked about China in Canada for over 10 years, for fucks. 10 years? That only takes us back to 2015. Go back to my 2012, my previous YouTube channel that got taken down in 2012. Walking the empty streets of Vancouver, Chinese money laundering taking over. Empty neighborhoods. Okay, guys, I'm going to give you guys, hold on, right here. Here's my Instagram. Guys, I'm going to give you guys my Instagram here if you guys want to message me on Instagram and call into the show. If you're in Canada and you want to talk, or if, I don't care where you are, if you want to talk about what's happening, there it is. Add me on Instagram, send me a message, and I'll check the notifications if I have any requests. And I would be very grateful. Guys, everyone keeps asking me, where do I find episodes? They missed last Saturday's Mike of the Night because we couldn't get a stream key on Rumble. So Rumble is not letting us stream there anymore because they want to keep it for Rumble heroes. They want the real people to be on there. They don't want secondary garbage like me on there. So I'm on Odyssey again, but I am putting replays. I am putting the replays of Mike in the Night on Rumble, and you go to mikeinthenight.org, and you can watch all our episodes with all our call-ins and all our people, and all our points of views. You could go there and check it out, because the real people, they need space for the real people, right? Anyways, all right, let's see who else we got here tonight. Yeah, my wife and I voted PPC. I voted PPC. That's. Ads? Who's getting ads? I have no idea. All right. It's all fixed. It's all rigged, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, guys, can you guys share this? I'm going to go right now to just to the back end of the YouTube here. I'm just going to post this, guys. Sorry, guys. This is like, it's just weird. It's not giving me the link for the stream unless I start the stream. So I got to start the stream, and then I go back to my channel, and I got to go back into the community section, and then I got to post it. Elections Canada, we are live. Hopefully, old white guy could call in and tell us what the hell is going on, because quite frankly, I don't know what's going on. So hopefully he could tell us, or maybe Steve's going to tell us what's going on. Because I know the Liberals are going to win this because they have to win this. Right? So, Liberals have to win this election. I don't want the Liberal. I don't want any of these fucks in there. But you're going to see what's going to happen. You guys are going to see what's going to happen. Alright, let me see if there's anywhere else we could share this damn thing to. Alright. Oh, Kevin's in the house. Thanks, Kevin, for being here tonight. British Columbia is more expensive than Ontario. Yep. And I was warning you, people out in Ontario. Once they put the foreign buyers tax on, so the Chinese couldn't, it made it harder for China. Well, the Chinese had to pay more for properties there. They were bidding up $250,000 house in Alabama. They were bidding up a $50,000 house to $2 million over asking. The Canadian was finished. Then in 2016, they put the foreign buyers tax on, and then I made a video saying, tsunami is going to hit Ontario with all this foreign Chinese money. Hundreds, probably $400 billion got parked in Ontario. $400 billion. There's about $600 billion right now in BC. Now in Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia is being completely taken over by Chinese right now. Completely. They're buying up everything. Yeah, Bernier's logical choice. If you feel the need to vote. Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah, I got to conserve my energy here, folks. I might be here for a while. So let's open up the voting. Let's open this up here. Guys, share this if you want to get true election coverage and none of this bullshit regurgitated. Okay, here we go, folks. We're getting in some color. We're getting some... Our map is showing some color. Here it is. So these provinces are now coming in. And obviously we got central Newfoundland here. We got Newfoundland and the Labrador is Liberal. And then right now we're seeing central Newfoundland is sitting blue right now. And things may change as we go along. And the votes are starting to trickle in. And it looks like the Conservative Party is winning this one. But then it goes back to what I told you guys. It goes back to what I said. If Pierre Poilievre wins, what is he going to do? Go back to my 9-month-old video. What are you going to do about not the carbon tax? I never talked about carbon tax because the carbon tax is illegal already. Oh, we're going to break the law and add this to you, and then we're going to take it away and make it seem like you won something. Mafangulo. Now, I'm going to tell you what the deal is here. I'm going to explain to you what the deal is. I asked him, what are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the Chinese money laundering, the fentanyl, the artificial housing shortages, and like Chinese gangs, all this whole thing. Everything that Donald Trump and the public sector and the growing public sector. What are you going to do about that? I said it in 4 years ago in a video. Never got a crickets. Never got a damn reply. Because they can't. So it doesn't even matter who gets in. But I want to see if they fix it. I want to see if they fix it for the Liberal Party, though. I want to see if they fix it for the Liberals. Because Liberals, China needs the Liberals to win. Right? The Chinese all vote Liberal. They all vote Liberal. And I think the Chinese will make or break the Canada vote, right? Why do you think Labrador would be liberal? Well, it's saying here. It's sitting red, folks. Here you go. It's sitting red right now. Yeah, it's sitting red as we speak. And then we got Newfoundland here. All of Nova Scotia, I think this whole area is going to... Yeah, it's going to come in red. It's all coming in red. This is so Chinese infiltrated here. You guys have no idea. I had a gentleman call me in and says he's got to live in his mom's basement because he's a Red Seal plumber. He works 18, 20 hours a day. And he can't afford to live in Nova Scotia. So... It's gotten completely taken over. And we even made a video for you guys about the Chinese taking over Nova Scotia. Now let's go back into some playbacks here for you guys. Some cool playbacks. Remember this video we made? January 27, 2024? Pay attention to this. Watch this. Trudeau and Singh's teams quietly planning electoral reform legislation. They want to reform the electoral system in their favor. And I'm not going to read this because this is the mainstream media, CTV News, reporting this. All I want to tell you guys is what I told you guys before. When we told you guys the Liberal government will call a snap election and win, it's all fixed. Rig elections worldwide, and that was in early February of 2021. We were warning you guys of a slap election and how the Trudeau government was going to win. And he did. And we had several 100,000 uncounted ballots. Here, right here, in the video, right here, right here. Election. Mail-in ballot changes to be ready. So the Liberals obviously are going to call in an early election. Definitely going to do this. That was just a prediction, folks, but they ended up doing it later on in the year.
an opportune time, especially with this virus ravaging through Canada. I'm just being, you could hear the sarcasm in this, and basically to get this vote through, basically to get people to vote, even if they get 2 mail-in ballots, it's going to actually make a complete difference on who wins the election. It's who counts the ballots. And this is why the rest of the world will start opening up, opening its arms to tourism and getting back, because it worked for America. America got what it needed to do. And
that was with the Biden selection. That was with the Biden selection. America got to do what they got to do, right? So they got the Biden selection in with the mail-in ballots. And so everything seems to be turning red here. Let's keep looking here. Let's get out of Labrador. Let's go into all of Canada here. So Green has got 24. They've already counted 24 votes for Green here. So there's the Green Party right there. So they got 24 votes for Green. I wonder why PPC, because you know what? I'll tell you straight up. I went to go vote. I asked 45 people who they're voting for. Who are you voting for? Everyone told me they're voting PPC. Everyone's voting PPC. Everybody's voting PPC. But it doesn't matter who they're voting for. It's who counts the votes, right? Guys, if you want to message me on Instagram to join the call, or to join the just go ahead and send me a message request. So anyways, I'm getting so many people asking me if I'm going live today. I'm going live tonight. I am live, guys. I don't know what more I could do or say, but I'm here. Okay. All right. Oh, God, I'm getting bombarded with me. Oh, God. Guys, this is impossible. When you're on multiple platforms because you're censored everywhere, we can't talk about really anything on YouTube. We got to be really careful what we say on YouTube, because I already got 21 YouTube suspensions. And now we're seeing the Cape Breton, Central Nova Scotia, and that area there is becoming red. And it's gonna be you're gonna see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna see if they fix this election for the Liberals. I don't know anyone that's voting Liberal. I don't know a single person. Again, the only way the Liberal Party could win this is if they actually, win the public sector vote. There's a lot of East Indians and Pakistani and a lot of Chinese that will vote because they want to keep their bank jobs. They want to keep their government jobs. They want to be public servants, right? Get their 6-figure incomes, right? They're voting to keep their jobs, right? All right, let's see who's out here right now and who could call in to the show. I would really appreciate some callers here tonight. I need a little bit of help. It's almost 5 o'clock my time, and the polls are already closing out east, and we are catching that as we go along. Guys, don't forget to buy me a coffee if you find any value in anything I'm telling you. I would really appreciate the coffee. They're wondering where all the Chinese disappeared to. They say they went to Canada. There's about 6-7 million Chinese in this country. Here, when you bring in communism, you become communists. When you become oppressed people, the country becomes oppressed. Right? When the country becomes all about money and no family, we remove God. Once you remove God, the country becomes soulless. Right? That's just exactly how it goes. I don't know. So, there's a video clip here we did. And how Mark will win this next election. He will win. They'll do whatever they can to get this in. You're going to have the Chinese back them. You're going to have a lot of backing. You're going to have a lot of hacking. You're going to have a lot of stuff here. And what does Mark Carney want to do? Well, he wants to usher in, you know, the digital ID. He wants to, you know, that reminds me of a 2019 Mike in the Night. That we 2019 or 2019 Mike in the Night with Epstein. That was a picture of Mark Carney with Epstein, right? And he wants the UBI. He wants to oppress the Canadian proper and destroy the Canadian proper, right? By taxing us to death. And was it travel pass, digital travel IDs and all kinds of other stuff. It's and more deregulation of our banking system to allow governments to do more garbage. And this is why I've been longing for an American takeover for many, many years now. And this is probably why I've been blacklisted for the longest time on social media. The longest time. Trying to get my word out. My here's a little sprinkle on the cake. You guys think I'm kidding? Look at this. We were covering this. Canada turning communist. Chinese buyers own $45.25 billion worth of Vancouver real estate. And let's fast forward here. Look, you see that? Vancouver. Boom. Foreign buyers own $37.37 billion worth of Toronto real estate. And that was 7 years ago we made this video. We made this video for you guys in 2017. Right here's the date. Right there. Let me see. You can see it right there. December 20th, 2017. I was telling you guys about this money laundering takeover. And then it goes into the fentanyl, the Chinese gangs, which we all covered years ago. Up to 10 years ago, we were covering that. We were warning you guys. And now they're going to get the money laundering king. Mark Carney, the money laundering king, that fixed 2 economies with money laundering from China. What an absolute disaster that's. And if this guy gets in, I don't want this guy to get in. Heck, I would rather have no government and I'd rather be taken over by the United States in a heartbeat at the rate we're going now. You guys have no idea of the destruction and the destructive path ahead for Canada. Yep, there it is, folks. We've been warning you for years and years and years and years. All these new influencers just showed up last year. Somebody sent me, look at this guy, Mike. Look at this guy. I look at it, okay. What am I looking at? He's talking. I said this 5 years ago. Here's the video. Who cares? Who cares? You should have listened 5 years, 10, 8, 13 years ago when it mattered. Not because some guy made a channel today. Doesn't make no sense. All right, who do we got here tonight? All right, let's see who we got here. Oh, we got lots of good stuff for you guys here tonight. Well, Dino Bravo's here. Thank God Dino Bravo's here. Okay, let's open up our map. I'm gonna actually a few things here I'm gonna want to replay later. Right here. There's a very important article. I'm gonna replay that. There it is right there. I gotta play this article again. Maybe play this again later today. Play different clips. I got all kinds of stuff here for you guys that what we've been telling you. All right, let me refresh this here, guys. From the CBC, Canadians broadcasting crap. And we're going to see the trickle in here. We're going to head over to Eastern Canada right now as polls closed in Eastern Canada. There it is right there. That's what we're getting right now from CBC, Canadians broadcasting crap. And we're seeing a bit of blue here. And I guess that would be southeast Nova Scotia, I guess. St. Margaret's here. You get a little bit of conservativeness there. You're getting a lot of liberal here. So we'll see. Remember, this population, this is not America, so this is very sparsely populated outside of the cities. And I can't wait till Ontario kicks in the next, what time is it? Ontario should kick in the next, 7 minutes? Am I right? Is this next 6 minutes Ontario's going to kick in? And Quebec? So, who else is here tonight? Oh, Laurel Scratcher. Good to see you too, Dino Bravo. Yeah, maybe we get Dino Bravo on the show here tonight. He is Canada's strongest man, so maybe get him on first, and then go from there, and then let's see what we got here. And got some articles here that were up. Federal election live updates, get the latest news, commentary as Canada votes, and I love when they play their problems on Donald Trump.
For conservatives. Sometimes young people vote for conservatives.
I don't want to hear what that guy has to say, because it might trip my what do you call it? Copyright. I'm copywriting somebody's work, and I don't want to do that. What else we got here? Oh, I love it how they're blaming Donald Trump. Like, this whole election is about Donald Trump. I love it.
Could I please have an iced Canadiano?
Iced Canadiano?
Yeah, please.
I live in Toronto, and there's evidence of this booming economic patriotism in my everyday life. Many Canadians have been telling me that this is the most important election in their lifetimes. Canadians have a lot on their mind, but especially their relationship with their neighbor to the south. The two big parties in this election are the Liberals, led by Mark Carney, and the Conservatives, led by Pierre Poilievre. Just a few weeks ago, something extraordinary happened. The Conservatives had been leading in polls for years, but in quick succession, Justin Trudeau resigned, President Trump imposed tariffs on Canada, and Mark Carney became Prime Minister. And the poll...
He was selected, and we told you that he was going to be selected. We told you he was going to be selected. Let's continue.
Polls just flipped. As a result, we're now heading into a really close election with most
Mark Carney, the king of money laundering. That's right, because Mark Carney's the king of money laundering.
opinion surveys showing the Liberals a little ahead.
Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the Canadian Conservative Party. He's a career politician, and he's the
Mark Carney's a money launderer too.
Sort of conservative politician who definitely courts and espouses ideas from the further right of the party.
I will end that radical woke ideology. We need to put...
Exactly. Bring back the sanity. See, this guy's talking right here. He's appealing. What this guy is doing, he's appealing to the Canadian proper. Canadian proper? The European expansion? He's appealing to those people. Do you get me? He's appealing to the people that have their heads on right. You see where I'm going here?
Put Canada first for a change. I will cut back on foreign aid, back office bureaucracy.
I think Poilievre was really razor focused on all the grievances that Canadians had with the Liberal stewardship of the country. And what he wanted to convey to people was that he was going to be the anti-Trudeau. What was also interesting was that this was happening at a time where President Trump was heading toward a victory. There was an environment of support for more kind of populist, right-wing rhetoric and policies, and he was riding that wave. Both the imposition of tariffs by President Trump and his constant referencing of Canada.
Canada deserves the tariffs. I can't watch this anymore. It's making my stomach sick. Canada needs these tariffs because Canada needs to learn a lesson. When you deal with China, you become China. But no one listens to me. Oh, there's only 10 people in China. The Chinese in Canada. Mafangulo. Stats Canada says there's only 1.2 million Chinese in Fangolo! I told you guys how China was gonna. I told piece by piece. I told you guys how China was gonna affect this Canadian election because it's been destroyed by money laundering, right? And the Trudeau is failing the elites. And we could see here Trudeau failing the elites when we told you here that Trudeau visited Trump to protect CPP interest, fentanyl, trafficking, housing affordability, CPP. So 2 months ago, was Trudeau to visit Trump to protect CPP interests. And this was on February 15, 2025, by the way. Then Trudeau to protect CPP interests. Trump suggests Canada become the 51st state. U.S. take us over now. And this is why I've been advocating for an American takeover. What's the point of this idea of Canada if the people that built the country, or the people that oil the gears, are kicked out of the equation, are not part of it no more? You know what I'm saying? And this is how Canada is in serious danger, and how Mark will win this next election. He will win. They'll do whatever they can to get this in. You're going to have the Chinese back them. You're going to have a lot of backing. You're going to have a lot of hacking. You're going to have a lot of stuff here. And what does Mark Carney want to do? Well, he wants to usher in, the digital ID. He wants... What do we say here? Momentum in Battleground, Ontario. April 26, 2025. It's all bullshit, and I'll tell you why it's all bullshit. Because we told you that the Liberal government will call a snap election and win. It's all fixed, rigged elections worldwide. We told you that they were going to call a snap election. That was 4 years, 11 months ago. We told you they were going to call a snap election, and the Liberals were going to win. And there's 8 or 9 people in my town that owe me $100. Oh, the Conservatives are going to win the snap election. No, Conservatives are going to win. First, I got a lot of shit from people saying they're not going to call a snap election. Read the comments in the video. They're not going to call a snap election in the height of a pandemic. Are you crazy? Are you crazy, Mike? They're not going to call a snap election in the middle of a pandemic. You're crazy. They call the snap election. Watch this. Elections Canada, 205,000 mail-in ballots were not counted. That's just one. There was 400,000 and 300,000 in another location. There you go. February 1st, 2022. So, there it is. This is a few, obviously, months after the election. This started to surface. But I told you guys. That's how it's going to work. And now Carney's going to win with the public sector vote. The public sector is so big in Canada, you have no idea. They're all going to vote to keep their 6-figure income jobs. All of them are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got lots of what we told you tonight. We got lots of it. Don't worry. All right, let's refresh our... Okay, so we got a fully red Labrador, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to fully red Labrador is already clinched. And we are looking at elected 1, leading 15, total 16. And looks like the Liberals are ahead with 1 elected. So we need 172 seats for a majority. You guys know this already, but I'll say it again. We need whoever gets 172 seats first wins the majority. All right? Old white guy, can you send me a message on Instagram, please? I'd like to have you on the show. Thank you. I want old white guy on here. Junkyard Dog, I want you on the show tonight. Let me know if you're not driving. Dino Bravo, I want you on the show tonight. Old white guy, let's go. I'm waiting for you to message me. I'll give you guys my Instagram again if you guys want to call in. I should just put the Instagram on that main page so that you guys could call in, and you guys could, and then I could add you as a potential caller for Mike in the Night. And you could call in for Mike in the Night if you'd like. And here it is, paste. There's my Instagram. Add me and message me now. I want you guys on the show tonight. We already have Dino Bravo. Maybe we should get Dino Bravo's words in on what's going on. And he's in Murder Peg. And, no, we're seeing slight updates here. So it looks like we got a solid red, Newfoundland Labrador here, according to this. So that's what we're getting right now. Hey, Eat, Trade, Travel. How you doing? Memory man in the house. Old white guy in the house. You see, Memory Man, this is what you need to know. You got to use their tools against them, Memory Man. Go back on it. There's 1 point something billion people on Instagram. Go back on Instagram, believe me. Oh, Stinkapeg? We got Matt Man in the house. What's going on, brother? We got Dano in the house. Rave Elevator. Who else is here? Old White Guy, 420 all day. Pedro Ocho Navaja. The Bywood says tariffs are going on because of Pokemon. Por las esquinas de viejo barrio lo vi pasar. Oh, yeah. I keep saying you're tuned into Mike of the Night. No, it's not Mike of the Night. No, it's not Mike. It's Elections Canada. We're doing an election stream here. If I say Mike of the Night too many times, they shut off the stream because they don't want to hear that. Go to mikeofthenight.org if you want to watch Mike of the Night. mikeofthenight.org if you want to watch Mike of the Night. Guys, a link pinned up top if you want to get me a coffee. All right. Got no message requests, so we're going to go in with some actual... okay, so we got Junkyard Dog will be on in an hour. And Dino Bravo, let me know if you're available. Then we get Junkyard Dog on after, and then we could get... you know what I mean? Like... Oh, yeah, YouTube's running ads on everything now, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay. Did you wave? Oh, working on it is in Dedmonton. Old White Guy wants he wants to live in a work-free situation. Like a lot of states in America are work-free, right? So they don't charge you too much money on your income. So if you make $1,000, you bring home $993. Old White Guy wants a work-free state. Well, work-free province, I guess. He wants to live in a work-free province. That's an American thing, buddy. Yeah. You got 50, 60, 70%. Oh, people say, oh, gas went down to $1 a liter, $1.20 a liter. Americans are still paying 50 cents a liter. 50 cents a liter they're still paying. Power outage if the right people don't win. Old White Guys give me the thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. So go ahead and message me. So we got Dino Bravo. The Junkyard Dog will be on. I'm just trying to get my Canadians on here. Message my Canadians on here. And see if I can get some Canadians on here tonight. Let's see if we could get other callers here. Okay, let me send this out to a few more people. So Canadians that I know they're in Canada. See if I can get more Canadians on here tonight. Ooh, Sandy. I'll message her so she knows I'm live. Heck, I should just send out an email. But the problem with my email is I'm going to be emailing a lot of people that are not in Canada. And it might... Because I only email my email list when I go live on Mike in the Night. Right? I only do that when I go live on Mike in the Night. And if I do it when I'm not live on Mike in the Night, people are just going to unsubscribe to my mail list. So this is the Canadian elections we're covering tonight. So... We don't have free we don't have free healthcare in Canada. We pay a lot of our money goes out. You could just get a basic Blue Cross insurance down in the States for like $83 a month. And that covers like 23 different types of cancers, hospital stay, all kinds of stuff, right? All right, let's see who's out there. Guys, add me on Skype. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, see, we get some sentiment. But some of the people I'm messaging are out west, so they're on the western side of Canada. There it is right there, folks. Let's see if we got 12 minutes in holding Labrador. So, get into this area here, into the central Nova Scotia area. Looks like there's a lot of Liberal support in here. And that's in central Nova Scotia. And then Cumberland is getting a big... It's almost neck and neck everywhere. You know what it is? I think I know what they're going to do this year. They're going to make it actually look like a real election. Like, they're going to make it look like it's real, right? So, let me just keep messaging people here. Come on, where are you people? See if I can get more callers on the show tonight. All right, let's get... Let me see if Dino Bravo's available. I'll get him on first. He's in Murder Peg. CNN is full of shit and anti-America. That's, yeah, CNN is Clinton News Network or Clown News Network. We called it something. Clinton News Network? Clown News Network? Was something else we called. We gave it a name. It was a funny name. Luna J. Parker's in the house. Thanks, Luna. Oh, yeah. Guys, I'm going to have to sing to you guys tonight because I have no music. I'm not allowed to use any music whatsoever on YouTube because they want to shut this. They want to shut this shit down. They want to shut this down, man. They're going to make folks flip out, says 420 all day. All right, guys, I'm going to do it. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I think I should send out an email. I don't know. There's a lot of people in Australia, New Zealand, a lot of other countries that really don't care or it shouldn't really matter for the Canadian election, or they shouldn't. I don't know. You know what? Why not? Why not, folks? Let's do this. Why not? Let's do this. We are at 5:12 here p.m. Pacific time. It's Monday, 28th of April, 2025. Welcome to our election coverage here. And let's see how the Liberal government's going to cheat this through. We're going to figure out how they're going to cheat this thing through. It looks like Liberal is won another riding here. Okay. Just gonna do it like this. I hope people don't unsubscribe. I hope they don't unsubscribe, but because I'm a man of my word, and I always tell people I only will message them if it's for Mike in the Night. All right, guys, we're here live tonight. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay, hopefully we get more people than what we got here on the live stream. Sent out some emails. Paulo's in the house. What's up, buddy? Okay, who do we got here tonight? Who do we got here tonight? So can 422. Isn't it funny? Mike, everybody on the East Coast is complaining. They can't afford to heat their homes with oil, but yet they're all voting for the people making it that way. Yeah, but again, it has to be like this. I just wish. Yeah. Yeah. We got Paulo. Good. We got Paulo in the house. Help us with the election updates here. So we're going to be calling one person at a time. Guys, be ready. Let me know what time it is in your neck of the woods. If you're on, I want to get all the East Coasters on first so we could get this and we can start as the polls start to close across the country. And it looks like there's 3 elected now on the East Coast as this is unfolding. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 172 seats for a majority government. And it looks like, as we are seeing now, it looks like it's obviously the Liberals are already 3 elected right now. And we have a couple of ridings on hold right now as they confirm. It looks like they're doing a confirmation before they verify. So we're looking at Acadia, Bathurst, Cape Spear, and Labrador are on the holding block right now. So you do have a lot of blue in this area here. But let's see what happens as the polls start to close out east. Yeah. Hey, Mike, do you by chance know what this Malcolm Club is? I never heard of it. No, I don't even know what it is either. You know me, if I know something or I said something, I'll tell you I said something. But I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. True North News, Candace Shill Malcolm. I have no idea. I have no idea what True North is. Candace, yeah, I don't know. Antonio is in the house. Antonio Ruvalacaba. Antonio Ruvalacaba is in the house. Me and my family had to convince my nonna yesterday at dinner to vote conservative. She was going to vote liberal and had no idea why. She's 82. But yeah, that's what family interjection is about. That's why family talks to each other, right? Me and my family all voted PPC today. Conservative, I don't. Pierre Poilievre is in too many pockets. I don't believe it. He can't do nothing about the fentanyl. He can't do nothing about the money laundering. He can't do nothing about the Chinese gangs. He can't do nothing about the public servants, the gigantic government. He can't do nothing. He can't do anything. Sorry, guys. I'm just taking a note here for later in the show. Okay. All right. Chinese are going to heavily influence this election 100%. I did get... Let me see if I find the video here. Liberal Party. Yeah. Oh, listen to what I said here on Rants and Lifestyle in 2017. Watch this, guys. The public sector is so big right now that the Liberals will win a lot of votes in the future because a lot of people are going to need those government jobs if they want to maintain a basic lifestyle, right? So the public sector is all junk employment data. We're getting all these numbers on junk employment data, and it's all government jobs. Public sector means nothing. It's the private sector that means something, right? And so what Canada needs to do, and then again, why we're going into a major depression, is the CCP money laundering cannot last much longer. It's out of control. Okay? Remember in 2012, 2013, 2014, we were filming for you guys, Hastings Street. We were filming the downtown. We did a whole series called Canada is Dying for you guys. I think it was in 2014 or 2015. We did a whole series that Canada is dying, right? The money laundering is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and Canadians cannot compete with the bidding wars happening in BC. And now it's apparently happening now that they're putting more restrictions on for foreign investing. Everyone's going over to Toronto, and they're going to Seattle or Washington State to destroy those two economies housing-wise. So watch out, a tsunami of money laundering is going to go right across Canada and wipe out the Canadian middle class. And now people in Nova Scotia are getting wiped out. People in Nova Scotia are getting wiped out now with Chinese money laundering and real estate and stuff. It's crazy. So this video today I made, a lot of people are really, really pissed off at me because they say, well, there's only 1 million people, Chinese in Canada. They can't influence our election. 1 million? What are you smoking? 1 million. If they tell you there's 1 million on StatsCan, that means there's 9 million. Are you out of your tree? I went to Kamloops today. I went to a small town north of me, okay? It's not a major city, but it's a small town north of me, right? We were in the mall with my wife. I showed my wife the comment someone made on YouTube. And we're leaving the mall. We were in the mall for like 3 minutes to get to the car. I said, okay, let's count the people we see right now before we leave. She says, okay. On our way out in a 3-minute walk to the car, we counted 21 Chinese people, 11 Hindu. They were all wearing turbans because I knew they were. 1 Filipino and 1 Canadian guy. That's in the, like, from one store, walk out to the exits of the mall, and then walk to the car. We saw 21 Chinese, 11 Hindu, 1 Filipino, and 1 Canadian guy in a rural little town, city, small, maybe 80,000 people. Just in that little span. So what are you talking about this? So anyways, this is the video I'm talking about. This quick video to update you guys on what's happening with Elections Canada. I've been getting emails last couple of weeks, and they've been ramping up. And emails that are coming in from China that are being directed to Chinese nationals living in Canada. So we got about 6.8 million Chinese nationals living in Canada. They're all receiving, a majority of them are receiving emails in Mandarin or Cantonese or whatever, telling them to vote Liberal. And with 6 million of them in the country, basically, apparently, this is apparent, they're threatening them that they, if the Conservative Party comes into play or into power, that they'll start deporting people and deporting illegals and deporting this and deporting that. So keep that in mind. And they're giving out also pamphlets out in downtown Vancouver. They're giving pamphlets with the red Liberal symbol, and there's like a CCP, Chinese Communist Party logo on it too, saying, you know, you're keeping your tradition and stuff alive here in Canada. And I just wanted to make this video for you guys to let you guys. So I made that earlier today to let you guys know what's happening. So Antonio is saying there's 1 million of them just in Richmond, BC alone. There you go. Oh, there's no 6 million Chinese in Canada, Mike. Mafangulo! What the hell are you talking about? Paulo's gonna buy me a beer. We gotta get Paulo on the show here too tonight. We gotta get Paulo here on the show tonight too. Antonio, can you add me on Instagram, please, so we could call into the show. We're using Instagram. It works perfect. The audio of Instagram works so perfect when we go live. And I'll give you my Instagram here. And here it is here, guys. If you guys could please just message me, and there it is right there. Yeah. Okay, good. Looks like we got our gang here pretty much. We pretty much got our gang here tonight. We got 9 Electromatic saying thanks for info from Ohio. Yeah, you need to pay you need to pay close attention to what's going on north of you, buddy. Pay close attention because it's gonna get pretty rough up here in Canada. But I think it's the Canadian proper that's gonna suffer the most. It's the Canadian proper that can't buy their own real estate. It's the Canadian proper that can't. You know what I'm saying? Maxine Bernier is reaching out mainly to the Canadian proper. right? When PPC loses elections, and you could see my PPC videos I made 4 years ago, they're losing on principle. They're not losing on, they're losing on principle. You know what I mean? They're losing on, you know, I'm not saying to go out and vote, tell you who to vote for. I voted for PPC today. Me and my whole family did. Elbows up. It's a selection, folks. That's it. That's exactly what it is. And that's why that's why the guy that nobody wants is going to win today. And we told you Carney was going to win. The king of money laundering. The king of money laundering is going to win tonight. All right, what else do we got here? Look at this one. From 2016. Not necessarily to Vancouver, he said. So, this is the article, guys. It took me forever to find it because they were referencing the article, and that's when they got into the whole bilingual signs. So, if there's 500,000 Chinese immigrants coming in, that's per year. The title says Canada wants 500,000 Chinese per year to help prop our ailing housing market CCP takeover. And this was in 2016. Per year into Canada, then what's going to happen? They have to put bilingual signs. There's no debate. There's no question about it. There's no question about it. They have to accommodate because there's no way you're going to have. How are people going to learn the English language if there's 500? I don't even think there's occupancy for 500,000 students across Canada, let alone per year. You know what I'm saying? Comment below. Let me know what you guys think. So this was the Canada wants 500,000 Chinese per year. Let me see if I have the link to the article. I don't have the link here to the article. It's an old article, but it's very important what we talk about here. What is gonna, what are the particulars? You know, like people coming in to study and then they get citizenship, but that makes it so much competitive to get jobs later. Like let's pretend 200,000 are students that come a year, plus the 300,000 other people coming in to work or to open businesses or whatever. So let's just say that the job force here is not in need of more workers. We don't have there's no availability. Everywhere I look, there's no help wanted signs anywhere. There's no, and when you do look at some of the jobs, they're like super sophisticated, weird degree and everything type jobs. Bizarre jobs that like I couldn't fill. Like a lot of way back playback here tonight. Woo! Way back playback here tonight. Oh, look at this. The Liberal Party wins, and this comes up. Oh, there's the article in 2016. Right there. Canada wants more Chinese worker students and tourists, says immigration minister. Not only did they open the borders or open themselves to 40,000 people a year, they actually opened their borders to, let me open this so you could actually see it. For those that didn't see me read this article a billion times on this channel, it all links. Visas have been increasing from China to about 500,000 per year. In 11 years, Canada will be completely China. Because none of the Canadians or Canadian proper is having children. So, McCollum said visas have been increasing from China to 500,000 per year. And that's why now, from this article in 2016, we're in 2020 now. Fast forward to today. We are autonomous regions of China. Period. No questions asked, no debate. Somebody asked me, said, hey, Mike, I know the federal election is a long ways away in Canada. Who do you think is going to win? The Liberals. 100%. I'm going to go vote Conservative or for Bernie and Maxi. Heck, I might even run in a Conservative party for the sake of getting a voice out there. But there you go. All these years telling you the same shit. Imagine Joe Rogan was telling you this years ago and showing you how this is going to come down the pipe. Shit, they'll build a statue for Joe Rogan in every state in America if he was that accurate like this. Manny, thank you so much. Sent me $6.99. Thank you. Damn, Mark Carney. If he's selected, Canada is cooked. I don't trust PP either. Yeah, Dude is a puppet for WEF. Thank you. This is all. It's all a big. It's. Oh God. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, let's not forget the Chinese bird tourism. We covered this too. Chinese bird tourism is destroying Canada. Canada deports more Canadian-born to Portugal. More Portuguese were getting deported. This was from 6 years ago. Bird tourism, good or bad? No. Look, see, no lower numbers. Non-resident birth rates in Canada will destroy Canada and vote Liberal. Woo! 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 All right. Chaos is saying we are getting played like a fiddle. Yeah. Remember when Canada was selling passports to Hong Kongers? Yes, they were. Prior to 2010, yes, they were. As long as they came in with, I think, 6 million. Antonio, tell me in the comments, was it a minimum $6 million investment in Canada? So they didn't want to buy anything in Canada. So they just bought real estate and just left it all empty. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the greatest show on earth is what it is. Yeah, the greatest show on earth. Yeah, we got some really good clips here lined up for you guys tonight on Mike of the Night, man. Whoa, man. There's so much that we talked about over all these years. It's actually pretty crazy. We did a whole series called Canada is Dying for you. All right. Let's go back to our map, our trusty map here. Let's refresh it, make sure it's up to date. Okay, we got two ridings here. Okay. So here it is, guys. There's the update. Thank you again, Manny, for the another tip. Wow, again, $2.79. Thank you, buddy. Fan of the show, amigo. Much love from Calgary. Manny, make sure you tune into Mike in the Night, buddy. Go to mikeinthenight.org, mikeinthenight.org. Go watch our replays of Mike in the Night. Mike, yeah, we're doing call-ins, Kevin. We're doing call-ins, buddy. Chaos, I know it's rigged. I know it's rigged. It's all bullshit, I know. And that's why I kept telling you guys, Carney is going to win. Okay, here we go. What's going on here? So it looks like 5 elected already for the Liberals and 2 for the Conservatives. And again, it is 172 seats for a majority. Mayoridad. La mayoridad es 172 sillas para ganar. All right. Man, I should do this commentary in Spanish, man. Or Portuguese. Pierre is at least protecting gun rights. I don't know, man. I don't trust any of this. Let's see if Dino, let's go. We gotta go with Dino. Let's see if Dino Bravo picks up the phone. So we're gonna call. See if Dino Bravo picks up.
Hey, Mike.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dino Bravo here tonight on... It's not Mike of the Night.
How's it going?
It's not Mike of the Night. It's Elections Canada. How you doing?
Elections Canada. Yeah, I'm doing good. I can't believe we're getting... the Conservatives are getting smoked out east, but I guess it's early.
Well, I've been predicting this for a while now, so... And I'm not here to be right either, you know what I mean?
No. I still think that it's going to be a liberal minority, but I think they'll win, and then they'll expose, like we had discussed before, they'll expose Mark Carney for the fraud that he is, and then they're going to hunt him out, and they're going to have another election. That's my prediction.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll mark that down under the
I mean,
prediction.
there's so much stuff coming out. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we have a criminal, like, I mean, there was a lot of crap about him, but this one, there's stuff coming out every day, and I've talked to some insiders with the conservatives. I think they know it's going to go that route with the Liberals winning, and then there's going to be a lot of pushback, and they're going to punt out Carney for the fraud that he is.
Well, that guy, Mark Carney's the king of money. Remember that video I made back in, I don't know when it was there? Mark Carney, the king of money laundering? He's the king.
He's the king.
He's the king, man. El Rey. They should put him on the $20 bill, man.
on the $3 bill.
But
that's how fake he is. That's how fake he is. The stuff that he's been doing is criminal. He makes Trudeau actually look good.
And remember what I was telling everybody? I don't know if you remember 2021 or 2022, Mike, of the night. I was going really deep with this, and I said, they're going to remove Trinica. They're going to remove Trudeau. And someone else worse will come in and actually do a more damage. I said, and I've been saying this for years. Now, I believe that the Chinese are heavily. There's a guy that messaged me. Oh, I'm going to unsubscribe to you. There's only 1 million Chinese in Canada. Mafagulo, 1 million Chinese in Canada. Mafagulo, what are you talking about?
Everywhere. Well, you just finished saying that. How many Chinese do you see around where you are and stuff? You know,
dude, I went to a mall and I read the guy's comment. I showed my wife in the mall.
Yeah.
She started laughing. She goes, "Okay, let's count how many people we walked out. 21 Chinese, and this is a 1-2 minute walk to the car. Okay." We saw 21 Chinese, 11 Hindu. They were all wearing turbans, and 1 Filipino and 1 Canadian guy. I don't know if he was Canadian, but he looked like he was from Europe or Canada or something.
Wow.
That's it.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I heard too on the weekend, I heard that the NDP are going to punt out Jagmeet there, and they're grooming Wabi Kanui from Manitoba.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's the leader. He's the leader of the Manitoba for the NDP party in Manitoba, and they're grooming him. He's learning French as we speak, and he's going to be the next leader of the NDP.
It's kind of effed up in Canada how you have to know how to speak French.
Well, yeah, I was just calculating.
Like you have to learn how to speak French if you want to become prime minister. That's really effed up. And you got 70, 80 million people that speak Spanish in America. And you don't have to learn Spanish. It is 3 times the population in America of Spanish speakers of Canada. 3 times. And you don't have to learn Spanish to become in government, to work in government there, right?
Right. Well, see, the other thing, I was talking to my kids today, and I said it's unfair that the West, between the provinces of BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, their GDP is the same as Ontario's, but they have a lot less say in what goes on, right? And I think that's just extremely unfair. And so I was thinking of a way to do it, and they should just not give transfer payments to the other provinces then, if they're not going to have more say in who leads this country.
Interesting.
And you want to hear another interesting thing? And this
keep going.
Again, insider source, pretty factual guys. They said that Quebec produces their income is $16 billion from the hydroelectric.
Right.
Okay, they make a profit roughly of 25%, $4 billion, and that number is not included. It stays in their province. It's not included in transfer payments. Fair, right? $16 billion of hydroelectric profit is made, gross profit. The net is 25%, $4 billion is not included in the total amount of the transfer payments. So they receive more money because they don't include that into their totals, or they don't have to submit it. I don't know how their transfer payments are.
That's crazy.
That's inside source, very, very factual inside source. I'd say it's about 99.999%. This is a big this is a big conservative source that I talked to, and here's another one too. I don't even know if I should be telling you this, but one guy put his son into leadership of the Conservative Party, I better not say it. I better not say
Oh,
it.
Dino, come on, Dino
I
Bravo.
can't. I don't want. I don't want to.
Oh,
I don't
come
want to
on,
rat.
buddy.
I don't want to rat him out. I don't want to rat him out.
You
But
don't have to write.
anyway,
You don't have to say no
this is a guy.
names.
I'll tell you it off the record. I can't tell you areas. Anyway, he put his son in. Okay, I'll say he put his son in. Okay, because they didn't have a progressive conservative member that could run there. The guy that was the incumbent couldn't do it anymore.
Okay.
So they put this guy in, his kid in there. Okay, so his kid's going to university right now. He's his third year university. He put his name in the hat, and he's actually leading the polls right now. Pre-polls, he was leading. He got the numbers, and I
Wow.
saw them. He's leading, and so I said, "So what's going to happen?" He says, "Well, the kid said that I guess he'll have to drop out of university and go and be a leader there if he wins."
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, that's good to hear
It-
that.
Yeah, I could tell you off the record. I could tell you who it is, but we'll see if he wins. I'm going to watch. But
It's interesting.
yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
keeping track here, Dino, of right now. Let's open our trusty map here and see where we are right now. Let's give this a quick refresh here, guys.
It looks like the Crocs got one vote. I think they're leading in one. The Blockies.
So we got 8 elected now with the Liberal Party and 3 Conservative, 0
Yeah.
Bloc Québécois, 0 NDP, 0 Green. I'm surprised they don't put PPC up there because PPC is more voted for than Green in my opinion. My whole family. Hey, you know what I did today, Dino?
Yeah.
I went to the voting place today. So we know people, right? It's a small town, right?
Right.
So I asked everyone, who are you voting for? And they're like, oh, I'm voting PPC. Okay, who are you voting for? PPC. Who are you voting for? PPC. Everyone's voting PPC. We asked 40, 50, me and my wife, we asked 40, 50 people, who are you voting for? PPC. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So you don't have nobody voting Green. The people I spoke to, everyone was voting PPC. Right?
Okay,
And then-
you know what you know the history of the PPC though, right?
It doesn't...
It was put in place. Okay, it was put in place
Mhm.
by the Liberal Party. Okay, to split the progressive vote. That's what they did it for. They were funded by the Liberals. Who's that guy on the show that with Ed? He's
Eduardo.
Eduardo, the
He's
guy
part of the
lawyer.
Agdalon.
Who's the lawyer guy? I forget his name now.
The Agdalon or something, yeah.
No, not Dagalon. No, the guy that's on the show with Ed. They have a show now on Wednesdays on things show there. But he said he helped them start their first year until he found out that the Liberals are behind starting that whole party, and Maxime Bernier was just paid off to split the vote.
Well, let me tell
That's
you
all he's
something.
there for. That's all he's there for.
He sounds a lot better than all the other guys.
Yeah, well,
Just letting you
I
know.
don't trust him as far as I could throw him.
Well, if
So.
I have to put my faith in one of all those people, and I have to vote or put my faith in, I'll have to vote for that guy. That's the only guy that makes any sense on almost every topic. That's the thing. Maybe he's paid to do that and to make sense on every topic to split the votes. But if I had to vote, I would vote for that guy. Right, the other guy, Pierre Poilievre, is just a big mouth, and he's a WEFer, he's all this other garbage, IMF, he's part of all this shit. You know what I'm saying? All these guys that don't get voted in or have to step down, they're all going to end up on the WHO or the World Economic Forum or some sort of position there. They're all going to end up there, all of them.
I agree with that, but I'm telling you, Maxine is no better than those guys. He's probably in with the same party of those guys. Same club.
No, I understand, right? But if I have to vote for
same
one
club.
person on that ballot, he was the only one that I would cast my vote for. If he's
Did you have pencils or pens at your poll station?
Oh, I brought up my own pen.
I know you did, but was there just pencils there?
It was all pencils.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same pencils. And I complained, and then this old lady beside me said, "Oh yeah, I'd like to have a pen." So I gave her my pen. Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause that's another scam.
I left my pen there too on the table.
What did you? Okay.
Yeah, I
should've
left my
done the
pen there
same.
on the table.
Yeah, but they're doing that little trick now. So I said, "Well, where's the erasers?" to the guy when I left. But yeah, anyway. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, 21-11 right now. So and Liberals are in lead in 21 polls. So we'll see. I don't know how these Canadians can even put a pencil to the libtards. I really.
I don't.
After what they did for 9 years. I mean, come on. I mean, I understand the conservatives are not that much better, but really, are you guys that stupid?
Yeah,
Like, really?
it's no one's on our side. Let's put it that way, okay?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm looking at what's going on. I still think the West, I made a comment. I think the West should just separate completely from Canada. Screw the East,
Yeah,
you
but
know?
the only problem we're having with that is we won't be allowed to. They won't allow us to become. I'm
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're right on that. Because I think that all the provinces from the Manitoba border east are part of the crown, but the west from Manitoba west are not part of the crown. They can separate, and that's part of that what's the guy's name? That you know
Confederation.
that vid the
It was
no that you know that video that was made, Canada is not real or whatever. I forget that on the
yeah
YouTube.
yeah yeah yeah.
It was going around. Yeah, it was mentioned in there that Canada is not part. The western provinces are not, and they can leave at any time, and they can join the United States. And actually, it's in the United States Constitution that if 9 states in the United States, uh, vote for a province to come in, they can join the United States.
Right.
So I'm not saying we join the United States. I think that we have the same GDP. It's probably more now because I'm going on 2023 numbers. Our GDP in the West is the same as Ontario. So and Ontario's GDP is going down every year. So
Right.
and the
No, no,
West is
I
going up
totally
every
get.
year.
But the thing is, would they be allowed to, regardless if there's
Yes, they
papers and
can. Yes,
charters and
yes, Mike, they can.
Dino?
I'm gonna
What
I'm
I'm
gonna dig some information. Yes, they can.
okay, I
I'm
understand
almost
what you're
100%
saying.
certain.
I understand, but your car insurance says you'll get paid for this. They'll give you this if you this and this. Then you get into an accident or a problem, and your car insurance says this. You pick up the car insurance, it says this, but they still don't do fuck all. You see where I'm going with this, Dino? Like I'm saying, all the charters are in place. Yes, we can. Independence now, free the West, independence movement, secession, the whole 9 yards. But then,
Hmm.
would they allow us to do it anyway? You know what I'm saying? Even though we are
Well,
allowed to on paper.
cutting all the chase here. I mean, if the people want it, they'll get it. But the West, like I said, has everything, and we don't need the East. All the East does is vote in parties that we don't want
Yeah,
for the most part,
yeah.
right? That's all they're good for. So Ontario, Quebec, see you later. Like I think the West, where we are, say, you know what? You guys have been pushed this long enough. Uh, the BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan are super powerful, combined, and Manitoba is just a hang on, but they are very powerful, and they're growing every year. Their GDP is growing and growing and growing, and the only thing that's kept the GDP from growing in Western Canada is our friends in Ottawa.
Yep.
That's all that's kept them.
And if
They,
if we
they
strip down all this government regulation, all this bullshit and red tape, we'd go back to 50, 60 cents a liter. When you convert what they're paying in America, they're paying 50, 60 cents a liter for gas. We're
yeah,
getting
no,
completely raked over the coals here. Completely. Real estate prices with money laundering, the fentanyl killing our youth. We're getting completely destroyed, buddy. I'm all for becoming my province becoming an independent country. And
yes.
start the deportations tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing that keeps Canada and the Western Canada into Canada anymore, especially with the way they're bullied. I mean, the only voice that's speaking up is Daniel Smith in Alberta. All the other ones are, I guess the guy in Calgary a little bit, or in Saskatchewan is speaking up a little bit too, but everybody else is, keeping their mouth shut. But I think we should just get the hell break away from the East. I don't see no use of them. All they do is just vote in the parties that we don't want in the West. They want them in there. So, and they always, all they've done is hurt the economies of Western Canada.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they did. Doug Moe, that's the guy I'm thinking of for Saskatchewan.
Canada's
That's
too
all.
big. Canada's too big to be like this big country. It's not practical. Even though we have internet and fast rail and fast this, and we got planes that get coast to coast within hours, it's still not practical. It makes no sense. It just
No, our rail system sucks too.
no
You
no no.
can't
I'm
move.
being
It
sarcastic.
takes you 14 day. It takes you 14 days to come from the west to the east. I
No
mean,
no no.
it's atrocious.
I'm talking about
But
from what was 200 years ago when
Okay.
Okay, it's what I'm talking about. I'm making a comparison from 100 years ago, where yeah, we need to be united, we need to be strong, we need mafangulo, we need to separate and secede and create our own some sort
Well,
of.
the libtards did a great job with that elbows up shit, right? To try to unite everybody, and and then they're using. He goes and meets Trump. He's all buddy buddy with him, and he comes back and he says, "We got to be, protect ourselves from Trump." Well, what were you doing down there then? You were, kissing his ass, and now you come up and now you're all slamming him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of course, it's part of the show. I get it. I know it's part of the show, but because that's what he used. He went down there, came back, said, "Look, we're not gonna take their crap." Yeah, whatever. What's Canada gonna do to the United States? You know, they piss on us for GDP and everything. So, like, no, we need them more than they need us. They don't need us at all. So, the bottom line is that he used that ploy, elbows up, and all this shit, and all these people are gobbling it up. It's pathetic. It just shows you how mentally challenged a lot of Canadians are. Really, I think that jab has messed a lot of people up. I really believe that. Can't think logically.
Well, we got to be careful what we say on here because I don't want to get taken down, right?
Okay.
We're
I'm
on
sorry. I
YouTube.
forgot you're on YouTube. I'm so used to Rumble, but
Yeah. I just got to
yeah,
be really, 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 really careful. You didn't say the V word, did you?
no,
No. Okay. All right. Because
no.
I could lose everything I worked for in last 15.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
No,
apologize.
no, it's not your
But
fault. It's I don't. I don't censor anybody. That's why we do Mike of the Night on Rumble, right? We can't even do it
yeah,
on there either.
well,
We can't
you
even
better
do it
get me
there.
off. You better get me off before I say something I shouldn't say.
No,
I
it's
don't
fine.
like
Just
it.
talk politics is fine. Even
Yeah.
though everything else is you're saying is total politics, that's fine. But it's just what it is. It's just we're at this
Well, I
point
mean,
right now. We're so censored here in Canada, and
yeah.
and with this Carney guy, he's looking to what's that bill we talked about? You talked about it too. That recent bill that their thought crime Carney bill, where they're going to start and come and picking up people that they think are going to commit a crime.
I believe I could be wrong on the number, but it's C63.
I think it's 63. I think it's C63.
I think it's not. I think so. I could be wrong. I'm not
No,
an
I think
expert
you're
on
right.
that,
I think you're
but
right.
anyway, yeah, that's another joke on its own right. Then that's another thing I always tell you: just be careful for yourself, because who knows? You think something and they're gonna just start charge you. You have to back up everything you do, and you have to almost tell other people in case something happens. This is where it's at, or this is where my information is to back up and substantiate what I said or whatever. Because these thought crimes are a joke. But I made another prediction that I think that the first, and it's not even part of, I don't, they're not part of the Commonwealth, but I think that Ireland is going to be the first people to have a revolution, like a riot in revolution. And then I think it's going to go to England. And then I think it's Australia, New Zealand, and Canada right after. I think all those Commonwealths
We're
is
going
going
to
to
be
go
seeing
totally.
the what do you call it, Dino? The Crusades 2.0.
Yep. Yeah, bang on. Yeah.
We're going to see Crusades 2.0. Speaking of bang on, Dino, can you tell me that story just one more time about how I was telling everyone that Canada does not produce any fentanyl and Canada has no fentanyl labs, and if they do, they're staged and they're gonna start breaking them down or uncovering them, and they're gonna be on the news saying we got another fentanyl lab, and I said there was no we just don't make fentanyl in Canada, it comes from China. What happened 2 weeks later after I said that to you, Dino?
They had a big fentanyl bust. Yeah. I remember commenting to you when I talked to you. I said, "Holy crap, you're bang on." It was like bang on. Was it 2 weeks later? Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks later after you. Yeah, 2 weeks later, and it all
And
comes from
one guy
Mexico
gets
through the.
arrested.
Yeah.
One guy in this huge fentanyl lab. They're bullshitting everybody. It's all bullshit.
Here, listen to this one. I know it's not political, but did you hear that the Mexican cartel is making prescription drugs up here in Canada, and they're in labs, and they're making like for blood pressure and blood thinners and all that other crap.
Get out of town.
They're making these fake knockoff pills, and people are taking them, thinking they're taking the medication.
Why in
It's
Canada?
not even real.
Because Canada prescription.
I don't know. I just heard there's a group in there.
Oh, I
I don't know if
believe
they're
you,
making
but
them here. The Mexican cartels are doing that. They're running it through here. So that's another thing they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that from pretty reliable source too. So I don't know. This is just crazy. The Canada's a free for all. Like
Oh,
it's nuts.
yeah.
It's a free for all here. Like and so I said to people and from other countries, I've told them Canada is if not the most corrupt country in the world, it's a top three for sure. 100%.
100%.
It
Okay,
is
guys, let's go to our
100%.
Canada Votes website here, and we are sitting at 14 elected for the Liberals, and they're leading in 8 of 22.
Yep.
And then we got the Conservatives 5. They're elected 5, leading in 5 of 10. And
Yep.
Bloc Québécois is leading. No, they're not elected. Leading 1 and total 1, and they got 1,000 votes. I wonder why they don't show PPC here. It's really bothering me because I think PPC will be. I think, in my opinion, that PPC gets more exposure or more votes than Green. That's just me.
Yeah, they should get more than Green. I agree with that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Green's sitting at
NDP is going to get smoked. NDP is going to get smoked, and I think that they're saying a lot of their votes are going to the libtards, which is probably true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like the whole Bernie Sanders thing, eh?
100%.
Oh.
Yeah. Old Bernie, good old Bernie, the communist. Yeah, good old Bernie. Yeah, but I was hoping that it would be something like the States, where it'd just be a big turnaround. So, but again, I know it's all staged and it's all it's all selected. So we'll see what goes down. But my prediction is I think Carney's going to get kicked out. That's my opinion.
Well, again, I'm going off what I predicted, and I got all the clips here ready to play. I've been playing them all night. Carney has to win this. It has to be a win for Carney tonight, no matter what.
Hey, do you hear this other thing? A friend of mine showed it to me yesterday, that the woman that was remember we were predicting and we talked about it, and you said she was going to be the leader, and before they purposely got her out because she was going to win, but and they had to put Carney in.
That lady was that was Canada's wet dream, because that lady even looks like Kamala Harris too.
Yeah, well,
that would have been Canada's ultimate wet dream, to have her run for prime minister.
Well, she's the one that came out and said in her quote, I think 350,000 votes were nullified, so that would have basically went to her, and she said that she's going to vote for Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, I told you she would have won if they allowed her to.
Yeah,
because that would have been Canada's wet dream right there for the world stage to see. Look, we got an Indian or Pakistani woman running Canada now.
And come bring more in, because we got the leader now. We got the right leader for y'all. Yeah, she actually is going for Pierre. She said that's what she's got on record. I saw her quote. So that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm very happy you back me up on a lot of the stuff I say, and kind of research some of the stuff as it happens. So I'm not left in the cold sometimes,
No, you got the facts, man. Like you bring it. Like I said, I'll challenge you if it's wrong, or if I don't think it's right, or I could substantiate something else.
That's exactly why you're here.
You're bang on. Well, I'm also your security, right?
Yeah.
So I got you. Strongest man in Canada.
That's right.
Everyone thinks I died, but I didn't.
No, Dino Bravo's not dead.
No, I'm still alive.
So tell me what else. Keep talking. Let's go into, I don't know, I was going to play a little clip. Forget it. I got lots of clips here. We'll play later through the night.
We got some time. You guys close. Your polls close. It's 8:00. So yeah, your poll will be closing in what, 8:30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's pretty demoralizing to see this landslide. If anything, I like to see a gridlock close, so that they can watch.
Well, they need to have a kind of gridlock close, so it looks like it wasn't fixed.
Well, that's why I'm thinking. That's why it's going to be a minority, I think, for the Liberals.
But the Liberals are still going to win, and they're gonna get on their knees, and they're gonna start sucking things to get to a majority, right? So, just like.
Yeah, no, I get it. This is part of the agenda. This is all part of it. So, again, the Canadians haven't woken up yet. They're still sleeping. So, but I don't think it'll be too late. I know a lot of people say it's going to be too late, but I think they're gonna wake up at the 11th hour before the shit show all collapses. People are gonna get tired, especially when they can't eat.
Oh yeah, and
You
we
know
were
what I mean?
talking
Like,
about food. Hey, I want to thank Paul, my buddy there, for buying me a beer. He bought me a coffee. Thanks, buddy. Guys, if you find any value in anything we're talking about here, go ahead and buy us a coffee, please. The link's up top. I really appreciate it. God bless. Anyways, continue, Dino.
no, I just well, I forgot what I was gonna say, but
Sorry.
yeah, no problem, no problem. What else was there? Oh, there was some other thing I was gonna say, but I guess
It
I
doesn't
lost
matter. Here,
track.
I'll read this next update here. Hold on, I think there's an update here. Better. I think there's okay now 15 elected, 7 and 22 total for the Liberals, and Conservatives are still at 5 and 5 with a total of 10. And total votes now counted 220,943 for the Liberals and 179,496 for the Conservatives. And Quebecois they're still counting them. They're moving the timeline is moving west, and we will be in what the hell is this region? Côte Nord, Kawakachikamakcha Nitisatatana. I can't read that. So we're still waiting for and then we got Abelebedipipi, Bai James, Nunavik, Eoyu.
None of it.
No, none
Oh, well,
Avik.
we'll have none of it. We'll have none of it.
Nunavik. None of it's
Nunavik.
way up here. Hold
Okay.
on, let me go to the big map. Here, guys, none of it's up here. This is Nunavik EOU. EOU. It's a different one.
Okay. Is Jagmeet Singh gonna win his seat or what? You say he's third place.
I don't think he's. I'm not even. I don't even know what that guy's up to. I don't know. I don't think he
Well,
is.
he's in BC. Yeah, he's in BC. Yeah, he's third in his seat. His
Well,
riding.
we don't know. We're gonna know in 2 hours, though. We'll know in 2 hours.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I mean, from what I see, the popular vote on when I'm watching TV, they got 4.45% of the popular vote, the NDP. Last time they were 18%, something like that. Yeah,
let me see what's
they're
going on
getting
here.
they're getting throttled. Actually, the Green has 1%.
Get out of town.
Yeah, 0.99 of the popular vote, and independents have 0.26.
All right, so here's what I got here. We got a People's Party section here, but we're not getting any. They're not giving us any. There's nothing showing there for that. But I'm just trying to see if I go down here and see if I can find something else for you guys to talk about. Oh, we got lots to talk about, but a lot of the votes are still leaking in. And it's asking me by region. So if we go down to, let's say, PEI, PEI is dominating Liberal. Yeah, PEI.
Yeah, gotta keep those transfer payments for them. That's why.
PEI is strong there, Liberal. Let me see. What else is out east? We've got Newfoundland. All right.
I can't believe how much the transfer payments these guys get out east. It's crazy.
Let's go to Nova Scotia. 52 to 39 points. They got 6 elected. Liberals got 6 elected right now in Nova Scotia. Let's go over to Ontario. Oh, we got PEI already. Yeah, we gotta wait for it. Quebec will get nothing. Oh, we got something in Quebec already.
Oh yeah, Quebec,
Liberals are
the
leading
polls
1, and then everything is Quebecois got, according to this, nothing yet. But mixed reviews yet. We still have another 40 minutes. I think we'll get the full spectrum from out east as the polls start to close in a sweep here. We'll start getting our numbers. What time is it over there where you are in Winnipeg?
It's 8:05. Yeah.
8:05.
So half an hour, they're going to be shutting down here, closing all the polls.
Where you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless they ran out of pencils, I don't know.
Pencil.
What a joke. What a joke.
Oh, we got somebody asking us. My question is how does nobody know who Klaus Schwab is of the WEF? I've been talking about that guy for so many years.
You see that meat Muppet they got filling in for him now? Holy crap.
Oh, I told you, these guys go out, they're
That
going to bring in the worst of the worst.
he's got marbles for eyes, that guy. Holy crap.
Well, beady eyes,
But,
the beady eyes. I haven't seen the guy.
uh,
I'll catch
oh,
up later on that
he's
guy.
he's a scary looking guy. Go take a look at him. You go, what the hell? He doesn't even look real.
Get out of
He
town.
looks like, oh, he's a scary individual. Yeah. And you know what his main number one belief is?
Mm.
That humans have no rights to water, and if they want it, they have to pay for it. That's his
Wow.
number one stance. Yeah. What a good guy.
What a piece of trash.
Oh, beyond trash. Yeah, go look it up. If you don't believe me. Yeah.
Well, I believe you. What a piece of trash.
His number one stance is that humans should not have the right to water unless they pay for it.
You know, speaking of the WEF, I got an old the Rants and Lifestyle here where I'm talking about here how they're going to create the there it is right there. I got it from an old hard drive. Rants and Lifestyle, that was from April 29, 2017. We talk about the
Yeah.
formation of Agenda 2020. Here it is right here, Agenda 2020.
Yeah.
Digital currency. And we were talking about the formation of Agenda 2020. Now people are talking about 2030 or 2025 or 2030, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, 2030 is the next one though. Yeah. I guess that Trump stuff was 2025, that nonsense. I forget what they called it, but they're all saying that he's got that set up for 2025. They got something going down. But the one thing that people keep forgetting is they have guns. So
yeah, Americans are the most armed citizenry in the world. Their population.
that's what's saving this world right now.
Well, that's what's saving Canada right now. Exactly, Canada. Why can't
Yeah.
Americans having come over and take us over?
Yeah. Well, I understand there's such a I don't know, divide, I guess, amongst Canadians about, the United States taking us over. But I mean, we don't need to be taken over. I just think we need to work together.
Yeah.
I think that's more what it is.
Okay,
what I
that
mean?
makes
Like,
perfect sense now. Dino Bravo makes perfect sense tonight on Mike in the Night. Oops, it's not Mike in the Night. It's Canada Election.
no, it's not. It's Canada
No,
election.
it's not Mike in the Night. YouTube algorithm, do not shut the live stream down. This is not Mike in the Night. I repeat, this is not Mike in the Night.
Yeah, you start losing followers.
No, you not lose followers. The algorithm will shut this damn thing down.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
it's a joke. But yeah, you had a good show the other night though. That was an awesome show. So
on Odyssey.
yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna move
perfect.
it.
Like no glitches, no nothing. It was perfect.
Great. So I'm gonna
Perfect.
keep running it
Perfect.
on Odyssey. We're not gonna get any bigger on Rumble, so I don't want to waste my time on there. I
Why
got
waste your
200
time?
subscribers in 3 years. Like, who cares? That's like,
Well, even the last number of weeks now, it's just been nothing but a pain. So why not stay there? It's
Yeah.
uninterrupted.
And then
You're
put
still
the
getting the
replays
same
up
amount of
on there.
people. Sorry?
and then put the replays at mikeatthenight.org.
Yeah, I'm putting your replays on my X too. So yeah,
Oh.
I put the last one on there. Odyssey, I put it right on there.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So gotta get the word out. I mean, like I said, you're pretty bang on stuff.
But I
It's,
don't want to be bang on stuff. I want to. It's not about being
No.
bang on. I told you it's about having the playbook.
Well, you got the playbook. I mean, so far things have been working. In what you've been saying, it's all there. I mean, you got it all documented. It ain't like you're making the stuff up, unlike Joe Rogan. You know what I was thinking. You know what I was thinking. You should actually go and put a bit of a costume of some kind. Put some and make yourself look like Joe Rogan. Maybe you get more watchers, followers.
I don't.
Hey,
I don't know.
I'm joking.
I know you're joking. I know you're joking.
No, I'm joking. But no, you keep doing what you're doing. I mean, like I said, it's I just want you to make sure that you're not paying out of pocket for what you're doing. I try to support you where we can, but that's the thing I don't like. If everybody just pitched in $5, every show, it'd be good.
Well, something will turn somewhere. something will have to turn somewhere. I can't be doing this for 15 years and I
No,
made
no, I agree.
$4,000
I
in
agree.
15 years, right? And then people starting channels. People will start a channel next week, and bypass me like I never existed. And these people aren't famous or anything. They just it's Johnny B. Good tonight. It's like, who the hell is this guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I remember I told you I said I should start something just to see what they try, to see how put on, a few dog food commercials or something on and see how I do.
Woo!
I might pass you in 2 weeks with the dog food, I'll get a few different brands and away we go.
Do some dog food videos and then you could bypass.
This- You're spending hours on end to get the show ready, and I'm doing it like in 3 minutes. I'm passing you. What a joke that is. Oh my God.
Okay, I got an update here, Dino.
You got an update?
Okay, here goes. Elected 19. We got 19 seats for the Liberals, leading 423 total. And then we got Conservative 5 and 5 and a total 10. So the Liberals are leading.
Well, the block went to 0. They had 1. They lost it. So
yeah, they have to recount. They're doing some sort of recounts. I don't know what they're
doing.
Oh,
is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's on hold.
It's on hold.
Aspetta.
Yeah. Aspetta, un momento.
Aspetta, un momento, por favor.
Por favor. Yeah. Yeah, like I'll tell you, that's another thing too. Is like just talking to the Brazilians. They're asking me now too. My girlfriend's telling me like, "How's it going here?" And I go, "It's the same thing that happened with Lula, And they try to kill. Now you see that Bolsonaro's like near on his deathbed. She sent me a picture of him. He's on his deathbed now. So
yeah,
they try to kill him, eh?
I told you guys before, 6 months before the Brazilians went to the polls. Videos up. It's timestamps. That Lula elections are rigged for Lula to win and Bolsonaro. And I was actually reading the headlines in Portuguese, and I was showing them in Portuguese how they were telling the Brazilians that your electronic vote is safer than a paper ballot, and they were trying to convince people that's and they were already telling you they're going to steal the election. And then I had some friends down in Brasilia and Sao Paulo go around do a hard census to figure out nobody voted for this guy, but this guy won the election. How is this possible?
I did that too. I told you I did it. I asked 100 random people. Some of them I knew, but most of them I didn't know. I just, asked people, they would talk to introduce me to somebody, some random, and I say, who'd you vote for? None of them voted for Lula.
Nobody voted for that guy.
No.
He probably got 2,000 votes.
If you do a poll here, I bet you a lot more people will say they voted for conservatives than they did Liberals.
That's what this whole show is about tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone could go to the polls wearing a sea of blue, azul. Everyone wearing blue for conservative, and then one red shirt there. But you go back and count the votes. The fucking Liberals won.
Yeah, 99%.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It really is.
Big bullshit, my friend.
Merda.
Mierda.
Yeah. That's what it is. Crazy. Yeah.
So Steve S. has a question for you. Are we living on a prayer tonight?
Are we living on a prayer tonight?
Yeah.
Well, tell Steve that the only thing that's going to save this country is going to be God, not some human being. I'll tell you that. 100%. So forget that noise.
Biblical interventions coming, folks.
100%. You know me. I've been saying it for since I've known you. It's the only thing that's going to save Canada is the world. It's not just Canada, but is biblical. And he's done it before. There's proof in the Bible, so you can see it. It's written in the Bible. When the Egyptians with 180,000 man army were going to crush the Jews, and then they all died that night.
Yep.
All right.
They all drowned.
That wasn't by accident. So
it's called the hand of God.
Yeah, you got it. And that's what's gonna happen. And all this shit's happening now, but when the real bullets start firing, then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens then. Just keep our faith and everybody just pray. That's it.
Dino, I got a headline for you. Liberals hold their breath as they await election results and possible fourth term.
Wow. Oh, you know, another thing that I heard too, this is again from that conservative insider. He said that there's this, I forget his name, but he's a big liberal analyst, and he said that he predicted it would be a liberal minority government. But he said if the conservatives had another week or so, which again, all by design by the liberals, where they did this quick election, they said that the conservatives would have won the election. That's that's his prediction, and he's a very well known liberal analyst, Cancilla or something. I forget his name, but he's a liberal insider. Yeah, this is coming from the source again, and you know, I read what he wrote. He was on a podcast of some sort with some other people, and he predicted that if it was one more week, the conservatives would have won. You know, so
interesting.
Because Carney's thing's starting to lose steam. His elbows
well,
up.
there was no steam in Carney's thing. It was they're making it the mainstream media is making it look like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. There's no steam. It was like Kamala Harris. There's nothing. There was no oomph. There was nothing. It was just a joke, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but these people weren't listening to what people were coming out with, showing that Carney was doing all these illegal activities with his business. He like that company that he heads out in. It's out in
What
New
are
York
you talking
now.
about? You're in Canada. It's Donald Trump that does illegal things with businesses. Every time I talk to people around here, Donald Trump is illegal. He went bankrupt. You know, went bankrupt before, you liar. You know, like all these liars, like just lying and just looking for reasons why Canada needs to maintain its status quo. It's bullshit.
Did you hear that about Carney's, that company that he's in charge of, whatever the hell? They have that land in Peru.
Peru,
and, yeah, Peru. They have some roadway they built, a toll road, and the residents of the city have to use that toll to get to work, right? To get to work in the other city, wherever they are. And that road, the toll on the roadway is more than they make in a day going there and back. So they don't even go work anymore because they go, why am I going to go work and lose money?
Yeah.
Right. That's what Mark Carney is. There you go, in a nutshell. That's the kind of guy he heads up. Like, how could you do that to the people? Like, they hate that guy. Like, if he ever set foot in Peru, they probably tear him apart.
Yeah, well, it's like the other guy you told me about that we can't have water because he said so.
Yeah. Go. You should look it up just to verify what I've said.
I believe you. Just send me a link
I
later.
want you.
Yeah.
I want you to. Yeah, I'll get you a link. Yeah.
That's a Mike in the Night territory stuff, which is good. So I'll.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's a scary individual too. Like he's a real. He makes Klaus Schwab look like Santa Claus.
Oh, Santa Claus.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I gotta get who do I want to get on the show here tonight? I really want to get Paulo on the show.
Yeah, get Paulo on the show.
And because he's out east too. I want to get all the out easters first, the people that are out east.
And then work your way west. Yeah, that's good.
West. I'm just trying to memorize. You see how much I love you guys? I know where you guys are. I know what kind of area you're in, who to call. That's how much I love you guys.
Just a warm, fuzzy feeling like I get from you. Yeah.
That's how much I love you guys.
Yeah.
So I want old white man to call in because he's up and around your neck of the woods too.
Yeah, he's in Gimli. Yeah, that's like just north of me. Yeah.
He just has to send me a message request here, and I could add him as a friend.
For sure, 100%. Yeah, he sounds like a good guy.
And you have to. People are like, I don't use Instagram; it's dangerous, and they're using. You have to use. Use their weapons against them too.
You know, I hate these people that the phone. They go, don't you turn your phone off or this and that. They know where you are. They can hear you anyway. You turn your TV off. If you have a camera on your TV, they can actually see you when your TV's off still. They can watch you. I've seen it. I've seen documentaries they showing that.
Dude, I
They can
remember
still see you. They can
Alex
see
Jones
you.
25 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, was breaking those cable boxes. You know the cable boxes
Yes.
for your cable?
Yes.
He broke them
Yes.
apart and found a camera, and they're filming you, like actually recording you.
In your car, they film you. They film you everywhere. Like, what's the difference? Like, I don't understand. Like, okay, if you want to see something that you don't want nobody to hear, yeah, don't talk on the phone, but don't talk near any electronic device. You know what I mean?
Say it in your head.
Yeah, sign language. Learn sign language,
Yeah.
or write it down on a piece of paper, but make sure you're not near a camera. Like,
Thank you, Big Sal from up north, for the coffee, buddy. Thank you so much, Big Sal from up north, for the coffee here tonight on Mike of the Night. We still get Big Sal to call into the show. I think that's what we need to do.
Get a Starbucks Canadiano.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a Canadiano? Yeah.
Oh,
Don't get Americano.
A Canadian.
Get a Canadiano.
Ah.
No Americano.
Yeah. It's
What a joke. What a joke. People are so dumb. Really. Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, who else we got here? Supreme Cannon's. Oh, Supreme Cannon's in the house too in the chat. I saw him earlier.
Nice.
And he's saying, I can't believe it, Dino. Elections are science. Are a science. Sorry, are a science.
Can you elaborate on that? What does he mean by a science?
I guess going through numbers. I think he said something back here. Hold on.
Okay.
I think he said something.
Because I just think they vote for it in the WEF meetings in Switzerland, who they're going to put as the next leader of Canada.
100%. This goes back to that story I told you, Dino. Do you remember how I said the manager at the Walmart would be Mark Carney, and then above Mark Carney would be your district manager, which is the WEF, the WHO, all these guys. And then above those guys is your regional manager that nobody knows who's pulling the strings. They're not even on social media, I say.
The 13 families run this world.
So those guys are not even on social media.
Yep. Well, you know, there's three popes, right? I don't want to get into that, but there's three popes. There's the white pope that you see.
Mm-hmm.
There's the gray pope, and then there's the black pope that runs everything, runs the show in behind, that is told by his handlers what to do. There's three popes. People don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. Some people do, but not many. Yeah.
Maybe you should come on Mike of the Night and give me some slides, and I'll play it and I'll let you talk.
Well, I could do that.
Like a presentation on the show. Just come on for like 20, 30, 40 minutes. I'll give you all this. Give me all the material you want me to show the people, and you could just talk over, and you could talk about this, and you could explain your what you know, right?
Well,
all
like
right, guys. Hold on, Dino. Let's refresh this. CBC, brought to you by CBC, Canadians Broadcasting Crap. And what are they telling you here? Liberal, 19, 3, and 22. Conservatives moved up 1, 6, 4, and 10. And we got Quebecois at leading 2 and total 2, and that's about it, man. That's all we got. Oh, okay. I got more, Dino. I just found a button here I should have pressed earlier. Because now we have the Green Party, People's Party, Independent Party.
Okay.
Okay, we got the Libertarian Party of Canada. We got Canadian Future Party. We got Animal Protection Party of Canada. Communist Party of Canada. Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada. Centrist Party of Canada. Marijuana Party. United Party of Canada. Non-affiliated smoked something last night. And that's it.
Actually, you know, on my slip they had a guy from the Communist Party.
Yeah, well, yeah, people have a right to vote if they want to. See, here's the thing: why don't they just have the Communist Party instead of calling it liberal? We're not old school.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they amalgamate the NDP, the Liberals, and the Communist Party, and just call it the Communist Party?
Problem solved.
Yeah, then everybody knows what they're all about.
Exactly. Right.
You know.
Yeah,
actually, the Greens are 1.05% now.
Get out of town. Let me see your Green.
They're more than the Bloc. The Bloc are 0.33 according to what I see here. Popular
Okay,
vote.
I'm seeing right here People's Party. So People's Party is PPC, right?
Yeah.
They're just right behind the Green.
And what do they got?
0.8.
0.8. Okay, and the Independents are 0.23.
Yeah, I got that right there. Independent 0.2.
I'm surprised the independents are that low. I was expecting to be a little more people going that route.
Yeah, that would have been good. Yeah, a good independent person with a head on their shoulders. Oh, that would have just rocked the boat, man.
Well, that what was her name, Sherry Ann Wolf or whatever her name is.
Mm-hmm.
She's big on that independent. She was getting people together for that. A lot of them in Ontario, but she had a bunch of writings. They were in a bunch of writings. Yeah.
Wow, I've been live for almost 2 hours now.
2 hours. Wow.
Well, I know.
Crazy.
It's like blowing by. It's still, you know what? It feels weird. It's because it's really sunny outside. Like it's bright. I can see the bright sun outside. So it kind of throwing me off a bit because it still feels like it's early, but it's later because the sun's setting late. But
well, if the Liberals, there should be a black cloud going all over Canada if these Liberals get the majority. So
yeah. Oh, good. We got a black screen on this. This is better. This is better like this. Here we go, guys. Canada votes 2025. How are the Liberals going to steal this election, ladies and gentlemen? And we're getting all kinds of reports. You know what I got, Dino? You know what I got?
Yeah.
I got a guy send me a picture
earlier
today stating that people are taking voting boxes. They're taking them home with them, like putting them in the back of their pickups and cars.
We got to keep them in a safe place.
Taking them home?
Yeah. Put them in a safe place.
Why don't they keep them in the vault?
They're going to put them in the garage and you're going to leave them there until the election's over. They're going to pull all the conservative ones out and then send the liberal ones to their other polling stations. That's probably what they're doing. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting times we're living in, good friend. Anyways.
Yeah, we are.
Anyways. All right, Dino. We've been talking for a good while now. It's been a good conversation now. I don't see the time limit on our conversation here. That's the only thing about Instagram I don't like. It doesn't tell me how long we've been talking for.
I think it does at the end of the call. I think it does when you hang up, but if I recall, but yeah, maybe not. But oh well, I don't let other people talk because
of course, we'll get some more callers on. And I appreciate you coming on and giving us your updates and your perspectives and your criticism. I appreciate it.
Criticism. Okay. Well, thank you for putting on the show. And
thanks, brother.
Like I said, God bless you, and we'll be in touch soon.
Good night. God bless.
Good night.
All right. That is Dino Bravo calling into Mike of the Night, giving us an update on what is going on in his neck of the woods, or what he's seeing or feeling, or what kind of vibe is jiving you here tonight. And Trudeau and Singh's team, January 27, 2024. Teams quietly planning electoral reform legislation. They want to reform the electoral system in their favor. And I'm not going to read this because this is the mainstream media, CTV News, reporting this. All I want to tell you guys is what I told you guys before. When we told you guys the Liberal government will call a snap election and win, it's all fixed. Rig elections worldwide, and that was in early February of 2021. We were warning you guys of a slap election and how the Trudeau government was going to win. And I'll play a clip here for you guys.
For months now, Liberals want weekend voting, mail-in ballot changes to be ready for possible pandemic election. Mail-in ballot changes to be ready. So the Liberals obviously are going to call in an early election. Definitely going to do this.
That was just a prediction, folks, but they ended up doing it later on in the year.
An opportune time, especially with this virus ravaging through Canada. I'm just being... You could hear the sarcasm in this, and basically to get this vote through, basically to get people to vote, even if they get 2 mail-in ballots, it's going to actually make a complete difference on who wins the election. It's who counts the ballots. And this is why the rest of the world will start opening up, opening its arms to...
So that was during the height of the you-know-what. I got to be careful what I say here, but that's the height of the you-know-what, so they don't shut me down. And, oh man, I love this whole Carney thing. I love this... I love going back to Carney stuff. Six-figure incomes, because they can't afford the private versus public sector jobs. Canadian interest rates were raised on junk employment data. So fake Canadian job growth. Public sector does not count. Mom and pops to be taxed to death. Right? Mike in the night. Public sector workers can't live on their own in their own cities. Postal, police, and teachers 5 years ago. This is why public sector workers in Canada are getting six-figure incomes. Because they can't afford the multi-million-dollar bungalow or $1,000,000 one-bedroom condo because it's been destroyed by money laundering, right? And the Trudeau is failing the elites. And we could see here Trudeau failing the elites when we told you here that Trudeau visited Trump to protest to protect CPP interest, fentanyl trafficking, housing affordability, CPP. So 2 months ago, words Trudeau to visit Trump to protect CPP interests, and then Trudeau to protect CPP interests. Trump suggests Canada become the 51st state. U.S. take us over now, and this is why I've been advocating for an American takeover. What's the point of this idea of Canada if the people that built the country or the people that oil the gears are kicked out of the equation? Are not. This is from February of this year I'm playing so you guys could see what we were telling you guys, how Carney was going to win this and how it's fixed for him to win. Part of it no more. You know what I'm saying? And this is how Canada is in serious danger. And how Mark will win this next election. He will win. They'll do whatever they can to get this in. You're going to have the Chinese back them. You're going to have a lot of backing. You're going to have a lot of hacking. You're going to have a lot of stuff here. And what does Mark Carney want to do? Well, he wants to usher in, the digital ID. He wants to, that reminds me of a 2019 Mike in the Night. 2019 Mike in the Night with Epstein. That was a picture of Mark Carney with Epstein, right? And he wants the UBI. He wants to oppress the Canadian proper and destroy the Canadian proper, right? Now, just playing some old replays here, guys. It's hard to talk straight through 5 hours, and yeah. So there's old replays of stuff we've been telling you and warning you guys about all these years and how it was going to come together, how it's coming together, and let's go back to our full screen here. Let's give this a quick refresh. All right, Liberals 9, 5, and 24, 6, 4, and 10. And we're starting to see it's starting to open up here in Ontario. Yeah, because that's Quebec right there, right? Yeah, that's Quebec, and I think that's still Ontario down here, yeah. No, Ontario border's right here, right? Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to. There's no border lines here to see the province different. Okay, there's one here. I think it goes down to here, and I think that's Hull, Quebec here. Ottawa Hull area is down here. All right, just got to make sure I got my geographic. And we're still waiting for a lot of these to close here in these areas here, right? We're still waiting for Kota North, Kasawaz-the-Kapakachi, Nikatatasan to close. And then when that closes, we got Anti-Bibi Bali Jams Navi Nanavik EU to close. And then we're starting to move west, right? I'm a good reader. I've been reading for years. All right, so we're gonna get Paulo on here on the show. He's in Ontario, so we could get an update from Paulo in Ontario, what is happening out there. We did have him on Mike in the Night, and he said it was a sea of red everywhere. It was red, and hopefully we can get an update on that. What else do we got? Man, I got all kinds of stuff here for you guys, man. And I'm getting a lot of shellac on this video I made today. This is an important, guys, this is a minute video. Watch this minute. It's very important because this is why we're in trouble here in Canada. Just doing this quick video to update you guys on what's happening with Elections Canada. I've been getting emails last couple of weeks, and they've been ramping up. And emails that are coming in from China that are being directed to Chinese nationals living in Canada. So we got about 6.8 million Chinese nationals living in Canada. They're all receiving, a majority of them are receiving emails in Mandarin or Cantonese or whatever, telling them to vote Liberal. And with 6 million of them in the country, basically, apparently, this is apparent, they're threatening them that they, if the Conservative Party comes into play or into power, that they'll start deporting people and deporting illegals and deporting this and deporting that. So keep that in mind. And they're giving out also pamphlets out in downtown Vancouver. They're giving pamphlets with the red Liberal symbol, and there's like a CCP, Chinese Communist Party logo on it too, saying, you know, you're keeping your tradition and stuff alive here in Canada. And I just wanted to make this video for you guys to let you guys know what's going on. So I'm getting a lot of shellac from that. And, well, Stats Canada says there's only 1 million Chinese in Canada. Bullshit. There's 1 million Chinese just in Richmond, BC, alone. That's not including Vancouver and everywhere else. Bullshit. Trump 1's in the house. What's up, Trump 1? Has anyone seen the movie Brewster's Millions? Steve Stevens? Brewster's Millions is one of my favorite all-time movies. I watch that movie every year, buddy. Brewster's Millions is by far one of the best movies, one of my most favorite all-time movies. I've watched it. I watch it every year. Brewster's Millions and Trading Places I watch every year. And the problem with the whole problem with the Chinese voting Liberal is they want to keep their bank jobs. The Chinese want to keep their government jobs, the office jobs. They want to keep that. They don't want to lose that. They don't want to lose their jobs to a Canadian that built the whole building. Oh, I'm going to lose the jobs to the man who built the building. Oh, God forbid. I walk in here and have a road to drive my car to my government job and make my 6-figure income. It's crazy, man. Canada's nuts. Anyways, all right, let's see who we got here, guys. Who else we got here? Let's refresh our map here. Let us refresh the map. What do we got? So we got Liberal Party 19, 10, and 29. And then we got 6, 15, and 21 with the Conservatives. And the Quebecois are 8. They're not elected 8s. They're leading 8 in their total 8. And it looks like there's a lot of blue showing up here in the prairies here. A lot of blue. A lot of blue, guys. There's still something. Oh, this one came in Conservative. This one came in Conservative. Look at this, folks. The tables just may turn tonight. If this starts bluing up all here, oh boy. We got to see what happens with Ontario, right? Ontario is a big one. Ontario basically tilts the scale here. Right, so let's see what happens to this one here. Let me see this one here. Yeah, they got 507 votes up there. Oh, shoot. Guys, I misinformed you. I'm sorry, guys. That's the Quebecois. Sorry, guys. That's the Quebecois. Sorry, guys. Quebecois, that's not Conservative. I'm sorry. And that is Quebecois. I'm sorry, guys. That is Quebecois. It's not Conservative. This is Conservative here. I'm sorry. There we go. Conservative here. Conservative here. In the prairies, they're Conservative here. And Conservative here in Alberta. So that's what we're getting there. All right, so just going through that there. There it is, folks. As it starts to tally in, we start to get the results, and we start to make sense of all this. Yeah, sorry, guys. The color just threw me off. It looked like it was blue, Conservative, but that's Quebecois. So let's keep our eye on what's going on. They write the rules in a certain way, right? The rules are always written in a certain way, right? It's always done that way, right? So you could bend them. The bloc stopped liberal majority in 2019 and 2021. Strong bloc, no liberal majority. It says Adam 314-59263. Yeah. And Big Sal up north. I keep getting mixed up as in the States. Conservative is red and liberal is blue. I know. Me too. Because I do a lot of America stuff all the time. I do America stuff, and it's the Democrats, the blue, the Reds, and the blue, the Republicans are blue, right? So I always sorry, Republicans are red. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm even confused. But no, I know. The red states of America. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, American colors used to be the other way. Supreme Canon saying, I think that's Bloc Quebecois, Mike. Dark blues. Yeah, I already confirmed that earlier. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I just made a mistake. Already confirmed that. Oh, we got some NDP here. Here we go. Western Ontario. Thunder Bay region here. We got some NDP starting to grow here. Or this region looks like NDP. Oh, it's only 27 votes. That's nothing. Let's wait till they call. Oh, whoa. Who's this? Oh, Conservative here. Oh, they got the majority right there. Yeah, that's it right there. It's fully blue now. Wow, it's kind of funny how they counted these votes away out here already good to go, as opposed to the ones out here that were still waiting to close. Oh, it looks like Quebecois got this one too. Yep. So Quebecois got a good chunk of this up here now. Ontario's filling in, guys. We're getting Ontario. Let's get our man on the phone here. Let's get Paulo on the phone here and update us on what he sees happening out east there. Paulo, turn on your phone, man. Oh, unless you're at work or something. If you're at work, just ignore me. If you guys are at work, just ignore me. I don't worry about it. Some people are probably listening at work. Yeah, Chaos and Led is saying Ontario needs more time to throw out the ballots. Guys, there were reports earlier today, just so you know, that poll workers were taking ballots home. I can't confirm this. I don't know. But I was given this whole poll workers have been given taking home ballot boxes. They weren't taking them to some sort of counting station, or they're taking them home. So I don't know what's going on with that. And if anybody knows, that could let us know if they know what's going on. Please contact me or contact us here or call into the show. So, all right, what else do we got here, guys? It's a special Canada election show here tonight. Okay, what do we got? We got all the colors of the rainbow now out here. And we got lab. We know that already. So we're waiting on that. That's probably going to come back Quebecois. That's going to be kind of confirmed Quebecois there. Oh, more red coming in. Let's go to our trusty calculator up here. Let's refresh this so we're not confusing anybody here. And so we got 20 elected, 24 leading, 44 total. We got Conservative Party, 7 elected, 28, 35. And then we got Quebecois are still not elected. We got 12 and 12. And then New Democratic Party is leading 2, total 2. And Green Party still sitting at 0. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, who else do we got here tonight? Oh, helping the wife with something, Mike. Call me in 15, 20 minutes. No problem, buddy. Call you in 15, 20 minutes. Not a problem. No problem. All right, let me see if I could get... I think Junkyard Dog... Guys, I have to hit the bathroom really bad. Let me just go to the bathroom really bad. Here, let me play... Yeah, let me play a clip from Ranson Lifestyle 2017. Not last much longer. It's out of control. Okay? Remember in 2012, 2013, 2014, we were filming for you guys, Hastings Street. We were filming. Let me go back. The public sector is so big right now that the Liberals will win a lot of votes in the future because a lot of jobs. A lot of votes in the future because right now. That the Liberals will win a lot of... Oh, my God. Okay? The public sector is so big. Here we go. That the Liberals have been purposefully building Canada via some sort of public sector, and the Conservatives too. The public sector is so big right now that the Liberals will win a lot of votes in the future because a lot of people are going to need those government jobs if they want to maintain a basic lifestyle. Right? So the public sector is all junk employment data. We're getting all these numbers on junk employment data, and it's all government jobs. Public sector means nothing. It's the private sector that means something, right? And so what Canada needs to do, and then again, why we're going into a major depression, is the CCP money laundering cannot last much longer. It's out of control. Okay? Remember in 2012, 2013, 2014, we were filming for you guys, Hastings Street. We were filming the downtown. We did a whole series called Canada is Dying for you guys. I think it was in 2014 or 2015. We did a whole series that Canada is dying, right? The money laundering is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and Canadians cannot compete with the bidding wars happening in BC. And now it's apparently happening now that they're putting more restrictions on for foreign investing. Everyone's going over to Toronto, and they're going to Seattle or Washington State to destroy those two economies. I am back. All right. What are we talking about there? April 29th. That was April 29th, 2017. Oh, we got something here from not long ago here. 4 years ago, videos up. Pierre Poilievre, what are you going to do about the fentanyl? What are you going to do about the giant public sector? What are you going to do about the Chinese money laundering in Canada? Right? We asked him those questions in the video 4 years ago. He never replied. He never even acknowledged any of it because he can't. They're not allowed to. Right? And mark my words right now and timestamp this at 37 minutes and 5 seconds. If he does get in, you're going to see a lot of fake fentanyl drug labs being taken down, and they're not real. They're going to stage fentanyl drug labs to be taken down. And then 2 weeks after this, they actually staged a fentanyl drug lab taken down. Dino Bravo could confirm that. He'll tell you right away. Anyways, okay, so... All right, here we go. Refresh. All right, who else? Oh, looks like Junkyard Dog is out east. He's going to be home in a few minutes, too. We could call on him. Who else do we have out east? Oh, we got Linny Poo. Just ask her. She probably went out to vote. I'm just trying to see who I can find here that's in Canada. Guys here on my... Oh, Eduardo. probably no one knows I'm live. This is the biggest secret, guys. Here, I'm gonna give you guys a. Let me see if I could find that email for you guys. 1 second. Let me see if I can find you that email. Right here. Guys, look, if you want to know when we go live, okay, whenever I go live, I don't go live too often. I go once a week, except today with this exception. Go ahead and email. This email comes right to me, and I'll add you to our mailing list. MikeMartins1980@gmail.com. MikeMartins1980@gmail.com. I will add you to our mail list, so when we go live and we have to move around different platforms, you could find us. Okay, guys? So you don't feel bad about missing the show. I got a lot of BS. I got a lot of people were upset with me the other day because they didn't know Mike of the Night was on another platform, right? And a lot of people in the comments, you could see the video, were very upset with me, saying they didn't know. And I apologized, and I said, guys, just join the mailing list, and I'll mail you out when I go live, period. That's it. I had a guy make a Proton Mail account just so he could get my notifications when I go live. He didn't want to give his real email, which is, I don't care. But he had to make a Proton email just so he knows when I go live. Right? So, anyways. All right. Yeah, blue is going up as we go west. I'm an 80s kid too. So am I, but real life, Wojak. So am I, buddy. All right, so what do we got here? Yeah, it looks like the whole oh, we got a bit of red here. Let's zoom into this. Slightly zoom into this map here so we can see what's happening along the prairies here. Here it is right there. And we're getting so there's the Quebecois right there, and then we got the Conservative up here. A bit of that's the Thunder Bay region over here. I've been to Kenora. I've been to all these places, guys. I've been across this whole country. The only place I haven't gone to is, I think I haven't made it to Labrador. I've been to Quebec. I've been to all these provinces. I haven't been to PEI. I haven't been out this far yet, but I don't know. One day I will. If this country doesn't fall apart. So we're waiting for these to be finalized still. They're still counting these areas. You got a tiny NDP right here. Little tiny NDP area. Right there. Ludic. What a Skowin. Man, I can't even read that, man. Oh, Jose Flores. No Way Jose is running for PPC there in that district there. Jose Flores, if you guys know him. No Way Jose from Mike of the Night is running there for PPC. I'm joking. It's just really weird that he's got the same name. And this Mississippi, not Mississippi, Mississippi, Churchill River area is just turned blue from red. So, but again, guys, it's only 60 votes and 50 votes and 12 votes. So let's wait. Let's just go out east here a little bit and see as this area starts to close off. We could get a better perspective on what's going on here, right? All right. What was this one here? Hold on. There was one here. Oh, Liberals hold their breath as they wait an election result and a possible fourth term. There you go, guys. The destruction of Canada will continue. Things won't get better. Sorry, I'm just emailing somebody to see if they can come on the show. See if I can get more blood on the show here tonight. Oh, 1 second, guys. It's a little bit dry sometimes during the show. Nobody freak out here. All right. My email box here. Oh, I got an email from somebody else here. Mike, you need to read this tonight. I know you're live. Hold on. Oh, I just opened this email here. I'm not going to tell you his name. And I'm not going to tell you his name either. It says, I'm a Chinese currently residing in Canada. Recently, I received an email encouraging me to vote for the Liberal Party in the upcoming Canadian election. I was quite surprised to receive such a message, especially since I'm not a Canadian citizen and therefore do not have the right to vote. I am concerned about how my information was obtained and why I'm being targeted with political messages meant for voters. As someone who greatly respects Canada's democratic processes and values, I believe it is important that elections remain fair, transparent, and free and from undue influence. Receiving unsolicited political emails raises concerns not only for myself but for the integrity of the broader electoral environment. This guy seems really smart. I would appreciate any clarification regarding this matter and guidance on whether I should report this incident to the appropriate authorities. Thank you for your time and attention. Interesting. So people, after making that video, people have emailed me and they're telling me that they are receiving emails from China telling them to vote Liberal. Right? So this is so weird, guys. This is so much well, thanks for the email. Oh, we got a big red here. Oh, it's Junkyard Dog. JYD?
Hey, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Junkyard Dog here on tonight. The man who sees all, because he's always driving a truck and seeing what's going on. So, what do you got Okay, what do you got for us tonight, buddy?
Oh, well, it's still, buddy, I'm telling you, at the border crossing, like on the Ontario side, I've crossed at Lansdowne, I've crossed at Buffalo, I've crossed at Sarnia, Port Huron, and like in the last 3 or 4 trips, and there's nobody. Like normally with the trucks, you're in line on the bridge or back further, in town trying to get in. It takes a little while, but I think there's not a lot of freight coming through both sides. I think I don't know. I can't explain it. It's weird. Been doing this 23 years. I don't think I've ever seen this, really.
So you're seeing no traffic crossing the border like trade. There's no. You're not seeing major trade.
I'm not seeing major trade. Like we're not seeing major trade. I don't know. I don't know. And the people that we haul for, it's month end, and usually month end the last week and a half, 2 weeks almost. Mm-hmm. They want to move. It's a big push to get everything out from Canada to the U.S. Or wherever it's going. And there's some Canadian freight too. It goes out to Alberta, BC, and that, but Winnipeg and that. But they told me on the dock today the warehouse is full. They don't know where they're going to put any more stuff, really. And I said, well, it's month end, isn't it supposed to go out? Don't you? Well, with the tariffs and that, and one day he says this, and the next day he says that. I said, the people, they want stuff, but they don't want, it's, what are they going to pay? Are they going to get stuck with it? I don't know all the reasons. I don't know that part of it. But I don't know. Is anybody noticing any shortages? Is there grocery shortages, or when you go to the parts stores, are part shortages? Are they telling you it's taking longer. I know Trump signed a, what do you call it? So he signed something today. I think it's got to be approved, though. I don't know if it starts today, but in the USA, they want people, truck drivers, transport. You have to read English, speak English, understand English. And there's two states, Arkansas, and I thought they said it was Illinois or Iowa or Indiana. I don't know which one it is. I didn't catch that part of it, and I haven't Googled it I haven't looked into it to see. But there's now two states that are pulling over truck drivers, and if you're like colored, they're targeting Canadian trucks and Mexican trucks, and Americans too, like all three countries, but they're really targeting the Mexican plates and the Canadian plates. And you have to read, they've got a piece of paper, and you have to read it, say it to them, write it, and understand it, like speak it back to them. And if you fail that,
you know what?
Then you get a $500 fine. They pull your truck over to the side, they pull the plates, and you get deported.
They should do this to me. You know what they should do is for Canadian to be in politics in Canada, you got to be able to do what you just said. If you want to run for politics in Canada, heck, if you want to work for a government job, you should be able to. You should do that right in front of them. And if they don't, they don't get hired. I don't understand. You know, America's always doing things in the right way, and I think Canada should start picking up some of this stuff, because there's no business for people that are not part of this country to and don't want to assimilate to this country. Let me fix myself. That don't want to assimilate to this country, be here. Period.
Yes. Well, that paper he signed today is so that all of America are going to pull over truck drivers and see what their English status is. And if they don't like it, they pull the truck over, they pull the plates, you go out of service, you get a $500 fine, and you get deported. And so what happens to the equipment in the load? They didn't say. It must get impounded. So then the carrier's on the hook for that. But you see, so this is what they're doing. They don't want Mexicans into the U.S. They don't want Canadians into they see it's all part of U.S. for the U.S.
I see what you're saying here, because a lot of the Canadian people you bump into that call themselves Canadians, they don't even speak English or French. They
don't speak fuck all. They don't understand. They're not even part of the culture.
Yeah.
You want to know something else? I was going to say shit. You touched a nerve today on your video about like you said about the Canadians. So, or pardon me, the Chinese being deported if they don't vote liberal. You said that on your video.
Yeah. Well, what it was, they were threatening them that the Conservative Party will start deporting them if they don't vote liberal, right? So the Chinese have interfered in our elections so many times, right? So this is nothing new. And receiving these emails, I just read an email of that. Receiving these kind of emails, it's kind of bizarre to get this kind of stuff that they're telling Chinese nationals to.
Now let me just say this. Isn't that funny how Trump did that today during the Canadian election? Mm-hmm. This just catch this, what I'm saying. He did this today. And so in your video come out and so if Polyev gets in, so the threat of deportation in Canada could be a real thing if he's doing that. So a lot of Canadian truck drivers, if they're pulled over in Canada and they have the English barrier, then they will be also deported, fined, and their equipment parked. Do you see how that's correlating?
We got Paulo here saying that they are that targeting of the Indians that come out of Brampton They buy their licenses out of a cereal box.
Right. It's just handed like it's not good. There's something I forget what it's called. Shit. It's something here. Oh Christ, I can't remember it's one of them abbreviation thingies, and it's to do with truck drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And see a lot of the accidents on Highway 1117 in Northern Ontario and across the Canada are being targeted. So this group of government is gone to the trucking companies that teach the drivers and get their licenses, the schools, and they've attacked them. So they want to know, why are these people getting their licenses and getting in all these accidents? It's bad because they get into accidents not only in Canada, but the Indian
I have
drivers
so many little
in the
clips.
US.
There's so many little clips I have saved for hanging around Instagram for the next Mike in the Night. I already got like 5 or 6 different people turning in blind spots, not paying attention. These really bad truck semi-drivers just like really, really making stupid mistakes and murdering. This is murder on the streets.
Have you seen the truck? I don't know if you get any of those clips. So they're posted around too, but in truck stops when they park at night, and then you wake up in the morning and the guy's got the front end of his truck ripped off, or somebody's backed into the whole side. The sleeper's all smashed. Here in Napanee, Ontario, this winter gone by, there was 5 wrecks like in 2 nights. The Indians backing in. The one Indian backed in, broke the guy's fuel tank. He just filled up, parked, went to bed, woke up, and the fuel tank and the sleeper were smashed. The fuel was leaking all in the parking lot. That was a big deal. And then and there was it's just, buddy, I don't know. If it's not born and bred into you, and you can't, it's hard to get taught this. This is a lifestyle, not a job. Truck drivers, it's a lifestyle. Mm-hmm. It's like mechanics. My family were all truck drivers. They were in transport of some kind. They were moonshiners first, but farmers and moonshiners, and then but they got into the trucking and they had trucking companies and stuff so. This has been born and bred into me. I've worked on farms, hauling cattle and fence equipment, tractors, and I was born into it. Mm. But these guys come off the plane, and they're an engineer or a doctor or and they can't get a job here. First thing they do is go get a CDL. Mm-hmm. That's the easiest thing to do here in Canada, just to start. Your wife works at Tim Hortons and with the government help, and you go get your CDL, and that's what these Indians are doing. But
the wife doesn't work. Well, the wife ends up working for the government, making 6 figures.
Oh my God! Have you been here? I was at the 401. You're familiar with.
I've been on the 401, buddy, and the 400 and the 427 and the 440 and the
Let me explain this to you. Help me understand, please. Somebody help me understand. So I started my day. So I got up this morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock at the truck, pre-trip, warmed up, hit the highway. I go down east, 401 from Oshawa. I stopped at the Trenton. I wanted to use the washroom, and I wanted to get a Tim Hortons coffee and get back on the road. So I'm waiting there in line. There's like 8 or 10 people all waiting. It's like, how come things aren't moving here? There are nobody. I'm the only white guy. Everybody's of color and race. There's Chinese, there's Indian, there's Hindu, there's Pakistani, there's I don't know. It's all of them. 8 or 10 of us are there, and so stuff slowly, gradually started coming out, and I'm thinking, fuck, I'm sitting here 15, 20 minutes. I just want a coffee. What the hell's going on? Anyway, stuff started coming out. People started leaving. I finally got my coffee. I go to the truck. I go down, I start going down the road. See, and nobody spoke English. Like when I ordered the coffee and everything, like she behind the counter, I couldn't understand. Like I needed an interpreter. Like, and then the cooks all in behind in that. There's two or three of them at the en route there in Trenton, buddy, they couldn't understand anything. He comes out and he goes, "Hubba, blah, 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 blah," you know, and he's got a bagel or something, you know. And these guys all come and they take their stuff and leave. But
can you say again what he said, please?
What? Who said?
The guy said, "Hubba, what was that?"
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. We should make that into a sound clip.
Yeah, and that's what he said. That's what I heard. I didn't hear, hey, so
be careful. If you ask him, hey, be careful. If you ask him to speak more clear or speak proper English, you go to jail for that. Watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Like you can't speak. They'll scream racist. You know, and they'll surround you and whatever. But so listen, this is the worst part of it, Mike. I get down the road. I get about halfway through my coffee. It's an extra large with 3 cream. Tim Hortons. I go down the road. I'm halfway through my coffee, and all of a sudden, the next swallow at a half cup, I get a mouthful of grinds.
Oh, you're lucky, because I thought you were going to say get a mouthful of sugar. Sometimes I order 2. Sugar. I don't go there anymore. I haven't been to Tim Hortons in 2 years.
I am done with Tim Hortons. I am absolutely done with Tim Hortons. I am done. No more Tim Hortons for me. That ruined me today. That cup was half full of friggin' coffee. I said, what the fuck? Did this guy sabotage my coffee because it's voting day? I'm the only white guy here and blah, blah, blah. See, those people, I found out also today through a friend that's Indian. I don't know which one, like Pakistan. I don't know India or what. I don't know where this one is from, but my friend asked, hey, when over these last 9-10 years with liberals, in those countries, was there any information stating that you can come to Canada, but you have to vote liberal and
100%,
get on the
100%, 100%.
Buddy, there was billboards.
Our buddy Nitin in India was saying that they were promoting come to live to Canada, and he watched one of my videos back in 2012 or 2013 not to move to Canada because it's too expensive and it's overpriced and it's not worth it. So he's in India and he saw all these signs to come to Canada, and basically they were telling him that come on down, vote liberal, do this, do that. Yeah. And he was going into the details of it. And they do that all the time. They do that to the Chinese. The Chinese always vote liberal, always vote, because they want to keep those. They want to keep those bank jobs. They want to keep it going. You know what I mean? They want to keep. They don't want to lose their positions, right?
And
if you go to a bank, your bank. You go to your bank. Is it predominantly Chinese or is it Indian in your bank? Some banks are all Indian, and some.
The banks I go to around here, the TD banks that I use here, there's not one white. There's no white people. They're Chinese. They're Indian. They're everything else.
Yeah, they're not even Latin American.
Exactly what you say is true.
Yeah. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this stuff up to hate on these people. I don't hate these people, right? I hate the governments that brought these people here and promised them this, and that, but cutting out the Canadian proper from allowing them to get those jobs. Oh, Canadians don't want to work at banks. Canadians don't want to work for the government and make $240,000 a year. It's going to go for someone that's coming from India.
I also have another problem with Canada that's never been talked about, and I thought about it here a few weeks ago. And I think on Instagram I sent you a map of the Hutterites in Alberta, the Hutterites and Mennonites and the Amish. I don't think they vote. They don't have the tax stuff. They don't have to vote. There's thousands of these people.
Yep.
I don't think, because they live in colonies.
Mm-hmm. Colonias.
Right. So they don't vote. I don't know why they don't have a say. Why are they in my country and don't have a say?
That's weird. That's a good question.
If you scroll back up, you'll see, you type it in, Hutterites in Alberta, and it shows you the Hutterites, It's a German colony. Like it's a German descent. There's numbers. It tells you how many colonies are in Alberta, how many people are allowed to be in that colony, and then they have to branch off. They go from colony to colony. They go all over, and make another colony, another farm. They're farmers. You know, they're self-sufficient. There's pig boss. There's the cattle boss. There's the boss for the equipment, and on top of it, when they get trucks and tractors, so they have no outside communication. They don't know what's going on in the rest of the world. Only their colony, I mean, their elders probably are the only ones that do the outside bidding on when they sell their products, you know. But they have no radios, no TVs. When they get a pickup or a tractor, like a Massey Ferguson tractor, John Deere, first, because these things come with, satellite radios, they jerk them right out of there.
Yep,
they have no outside communication.
They want to be like that movie I keep recommending everyone to, The Village. Remember the movie The Village?
No, I don't remember that. I'm not really a movie guy.
Watch The Village.
I used to be.
No, I know you're not a movie guy, but watch The Village. Watch The Village. Joaquin Phoenix is in it. The Village. Watch it. Don't read about it. Don't spoil it. Don't watch it from the beginning. Don't even look at the cover. Just play the movie and watch The Village.
The Village. Okay, I'll check it out.
You'll watch it. You will call me right after we watch that movie. You will call me.
Buddy, I'm telling you now, there's thousands of these people in our country that live on, and they market their turnips and their cabbage and their wheat somewhere. It goes somewhere. It doesn't just stay in the colony. They sell it to make money to buy their tractors and their, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they vote? I don't know. That's weird.
So dude.
Canada's a strange place. You got the Chinese that are told to vote Liberal. You've got the Indians that are coming here told to vote. It's a dictatorship. Mm-hmm. This is not for Canada. I'm telling you, is not a free country. It is total dictatorship. It's been communism and dictators. I didn't vote to give our money to other countries like Ukraine or Venezuela or wherever the hell who is responsible giving our money. No, I didn't vote for that.
Mm-hmm.
We should, if as a country, we should have votes on that, like a church,
mm-hmm.
like an organization. This bullshit with each party, and then the King of England takes some of our money and it goes here and it goes. That's all bullshit, man. You're taking half my wages and giving it to fuck who knows who for what? And I can't go to if I go to the doctor, to the hospital, I got to sit there for 24 hours in a hallway.
Yeah, well, that's the new Canadian medical system. Yeah,
this
well,
bullshit.
Our medical socialized medicine is crumbling. It's old news. We're reporting it 10 years ago. Woman dies in parking lot in Quebec. Hospital locked up, for no reason. Woman gives birth in Montreal in the parking lot of a Montreal hospital because the hospital was locked.
I got one for you. I got one for you today. My boss lady, on April 15th had to go for blood work. I don't know what it was for. She said there was 2 or 3 tests they were testing for, something that, whatever. Her blood work was for that. She's been waiting and waiting and waiting for results because it comes digitally here.
I like how you say that again. What was he saying?
Digitally to your phone so you can get your results. Well, she waited. Finally, a result came. So then she says, well, where's the other one? There was a couple others supposed to come. Now, this is what I don't like. And you and everybody else is going to start to think about this now. So Polyev wants to bring, if he gets in, okay, he wants to, so doctors and nurses from other countries, specialists, they want to put them into their positions here. So this woman never got her proper results. And they told her, you have to come in and redo all your blood. They lost her blood work.
Oh, what the hell? You know, if back in my day, if I did some kind of like this kind of thing at work, they'd take my head and smash it into the wall and throw me out in the parking
Buddy,
lot. That was
these
back
people
in my
don't
day.
speak English. Yeah, no, no. These people doing the testing, they don't speak English. They're of color and of race, and so you, if you're not trained properly, if your job is not,
Dude,
you know what I mean?
you know how many times for Revenue Canada I send them a document that they asked for? I send them a whatever, and they lose it every time,
Yeah.
and I have to resend it again and again and again and again until I find
Yeah.
a friend that's going to go to Victoria or wherever he's going to go to drop off the document in person.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time for an answer on one of my tax years. I got a little behind, and so I had to catch up anyway. Friggin', I'm waiting for an answer on one of my tax years, and it's like they keep putting it ahead. Well, here, a month or two from now, give us this much time. Give us this much. I haven't heard. I've had to call them 3 or 4 fucking times now, or more, and I still don't have an answer. Like they're trying to tell me that I owe them like $5,000 or something, but I don't owe them nothing. There was a mistake, and my accountant fixed it and sent it in. It's all been sent in. They have it all. Blah blah blah. Right. So we're waiting on them now for a decision because my taxes weren't done properly. I'm a truck driver. I have, and I'm an owner operator, so I have exemptions. Expenses that and it wasn't done properly. So this accountant that I have now fixed it, and so I don't know. I might actually. I'm running out of options here. Like, I might actually get a hold of Kevin J. Johnson and say, "Hey, buddy, this is what's going on. You think you can help a guy out or what?"
Yep. Yeah, you call
Like,
Kevin J. Johnson. Will help you with your taxes, man.
Yeah, I might have to contact him and say, hey, this is what I'm having an issue with. Like, these guys are dicking me around. I'm waiting for an answer. I don't owe them anything, and they're trying to tell me that I owe them money. It's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I need help here.
Did you vote?
Sorry?
Did you
Yeah,
vote?
I voted. Yeah.
Okay, good. Just
Yeah,
checking.
yeah.
How was the
everybody-
sentiment? What are you feeling there?
As far as what?
The voting. How was everyone feeling? What are you seeing? What did you?
I don't know. Look, I have voted the same way for years, and it didn't matter. The Liberals got in all these terms, and there was people in my circle that just they didn't vote for years. And if you don't vote for a year, if you don't vote, then you're just signing yourself over to the Liberals or whoever's, you know what I mean? Like, it's probably all bullshit anyway. They're going to select.
It is. No one's coming to save. No one's coming to save us, dude.
No, but isn't it funny? See, I'm starting to think and feel with the U.S. and with what's going on. We all took a huge hit during the what years. So logistics took a hit, medical, like everything took a hit. We've talked about it on Mike in the Night. Everything's the food, everything, it all took a hit. And the mind games, the dictatorship, this is all a mind game. This is all about control and the almighty dollar. This is a territorial control. It looks like to me China wants to take over Canada. They're using the Indians to do it because they're probably easier to wipe out or do manipulate than the actual people that built this place, because we're fighters.
It's like the British when the Americans were using the Americans in the North were during the American Civil War were using the Irish to fight the war for them.
Yeah. That's what's happening here. The Chinese are it's a takeover, man. This is a patch over, a takeover. Like and it's, you've been saying this, it's in black and white. It's so in black and white that people are they're blind. They're blindsided. All the products used to be USA. Now everything you touch is China, Taiwan, this country, that country, India, blah, blah, blah.
Yep. Yep.
But after World War II, what saved the economics of the world was that the diversity of things were built and that's what calmed things down, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm. But to be very straight up and frank with you, man, I've been shouting this off the rooftops for like 15 years now straight.
Yeah.
And on every I've been everywhere trying to Shinada is happening. The Chinese are taking over Canada. I was wrong on the day. Well, I could be right. I said Canada to become China by 2020. That was a 2012 video I made. Canada to become China.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna say the European expansion here that's left in Canada, because I'm sure our population shrinking, and theirs is gonna succeed us, or if they haven't already. Because like you said, when you walked out of the mall, you counted the people. You can do the same thing here. When you go to the Tim Hortons,
Stats Canada tells you there's 3,000 Chinese in Canada. Don't worry, it's only 3,000 Chinese. No. It's all BS. You're going to listen to Stats Canada, the same people that lied to you about everything?
Everybody should take a notepad and a pencil with them, and just for shits and giggles, go somewhere to their normal place where they go, grocery store, this, that, whatever, liquor store, whatever, gas station, and just click off how many people, like give yourself, say out of 100 people today, or 50 people, and just do it day after day for like a week or so. And then tally up your percentage, do your own percentages, do your own survey.
Yeah. Because me and my wife did that today. We were leaving the mall. So somebody sent me a message on a comment on a video I made. It said, "Oh, you're full of shit. I'm not gonna follow you no more. There's like 1 million Canadians, and Stats Can saying there's like a million Chinese in Canada." I'm like, "Fangulo." So me and my wife are leaving the mall, and 3 minutes to get to the car where we were in the mall. 3 minutes walk. We counted 21 Chinese, 11 Hindu, because they're all wearing turbans, and 1 Filipino and 1 Canadian guy. I couldn't confirm if he was Canadian. He kind of looked Dutch, German, kind of like Western Europe, Northern European. But that's it. That's all I saw on the way to the car. So
I'm going to make a prediction. I don't know that this is a pretty wild one. I hope everybody's open-minded about this. But I think there's going to be a movement that if our country goes to the liberal, if liberals get it this time, and it doesn't matter. It's probably going to happen anyway. It doesn't matter who gets it, but for sure more if it goes liberal. The European expansion, everybody's going to migrate to Alberta. They're going to kick out all the ethnics there, and we're going to stand our ground in Alberta, and probably work with the U.S.
Okay,
that's what I think. I think because I've talked to some of my friends out in the East Coast today, and they went in the last month or so. They everybody is preparing for this. Everybody's prepping for this. Okay, out east, some of in my circle anyway. They paid off their houses. They're downsizing their shit, and if things are going sideways, these guys are all planning to pack up their shit and migrate to Alberta. And we're going to stand our ground in Alberta. We are going to arm ourselves and do what we have to do. And the European expansion is just going to move to Alberta and evacuate everybody else that don't belong there. And we're going to stand our ground there, piss on it, and we'll work with the U.S.
Okay, that's a bold prediction. That's a good one too. It's a really good prediction. Something's going to have to happen here for us, like the people that built this damn country.
Buddy, otherwise we're going to be colonized and pushed out of here. Where are we going to go?
But who's going to maintain the infrastructure when we go? Nobody. Oh, we got repairmen. We got lots of good repairmen. Bullshit, you got repairmen. If you didn't build it, you can't fix it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my wife's hollering at me. She says, "Boy, you got to head to Alabama tomorrow. Get your ass to bed."
Okay, go to sleep then, junkyard dog.
All right, buddy. I love you guys. Let's keep it real. Let's hope for the best. Stick together. Ow.
That's Junkyard Dog signing off. God bless you, brother.
You too. Take care, brother.
All right, guys. That is Junkyard Dog here on Mike in the Night, giving us an update on what he thinks is happening. And we got an interesting turn of events here, guys. Let's go to our little 2025 Canada votes here. And it looks like elected 33-33. It looks like they're tied as of right now. The Liberals and the Conservatives are tied right now. These are not finalized. None of these areas are finalized as of yet. But finalized units are showing, according to this, give me a second here. According to this damn thing, they are tied. 33. Let me go down to the bottom and see that, where that other is. Where was it? All right, refreshing page. Refreshing page. Nafangulo. This thing. Thing is frozen up on me. They're having problems at the CBC here. They're getting problemas over there at the CBC. Okay, Paulo's giving me a completely different number than what I got here. Yeah, it's all, of course it's rigged. We told you. Oh, we got a caller in. We got a caller in. Hello. Okay, Paulo's giving me a completely different number than what I got here. Lower the show, dude. Lower the show.
Okay. I'll call you back.
All right. We got a caller that's going to call us in. But I think they're going to lower the show now. All right, let's get our next caller on here.
Hello.
Lenny?
Hi there. Hello.
How are you?
Good. Wow. Last thing I know, I was listening to the caller. Are we that much ahead? Or am I that much behind? Holy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's strange with the buffering and the time lag.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling people, when you call into the show, lower your volume. Don't follow the show and talk to me because it's too far behind, right?
Right. This one sure is. Yep.
Yep. Well, they're severely monitoring what I'm saying here on this thing, which is, so they're giving it enough gap that if I say something that's true, they could shut me down.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble because I'm on the line. Oh dear. But maybe it's too above their head.
Well, let's
so
not get medical
true.
on this because they'll shut me down if we go medical on this. All right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I won't. I'm over all.
It's all politics. Tonight's politics on Mike of the Night. So.
Yep.
Okay. I'm refreshing this thing here. They're getting it on the news there on the TV saying the Liberals or whatever, but I'm still trying to get this damn thing to refresh here. And go ahead, give us the sentiment. What are you feeling? What are you seeing? I told everyone Carney was going to win, no matter what. He has to win because they need to continue with this garbage, and there's no other way around it. That's just me. You know what I've been saying for the last 5 years. This is not new news to you, but go ahead, tell us what you got.
Well, I mean, here, like the thing is that, yeah, people can say it's rigged. I voted, by the way. Why? Because I voted. And because people say, well, you know what? If you do, you're participating in it. It doesn't matter. Your vote doesn't matter. Well, guess what? If my vote doesn't matter, then me not voting doesn't matter. Then none of it matters. It doesn't matter. Right? So I might as well do what I feel, which is I'm out there. Yep. And a lot of people who didn't vote are out there voting. Why? Because they do pay attention. Tell you the truth, they pay attention. So it does matter in that they still want to give the people, they don't want people revolting. That's just a fact. Mm-hmm. Look what happened during the trucker. Look what happened. Those mandates dropped like hot potatoes within week 2 because the people were rising up. And it wasn't just the truckers. The truckers said, we're going to go have a talk and we're taking Canada with us. Remember that? They didn't say, oh, it's just us truckers. No, they didn't. They said, we're taking all of Canada with us. And everyone felt, holy shit, we're going to do this thing. We all rose up and they saw that. And those mandates dropped like flies. All of a sudden, oh, yeah, you're right. You don't need a mask. Okay, it's okay. You can fly. Yeah, you don't need to revolt. You can go home. You're going to get what you want. And we did. Why? Because we matter. So when the people speak up and put their foot down, they will have to give us some room. They have to. But if you sit back apathetically and say, oh, whatever, then they look at that and think, okay, because we know liberals' job is to what? Bring us into communism. That's pretty obvious that that's the job.
And a sprinkle, communism with a sprinkle of socialism and a little bit of Maoism.
But we don't have to speak Chinese if we don't want, so that's good.
For now. No,
they actually go to English. Like even the Chinese, the Asians, they know that if you're going to be in business in the world, you have to learn English. And that's why they teach their kids English, because they think if my kid's going to get anywhere in life, he's got to learn English. They know that. Don't worry. They do. Because they know where the real power is. And it is in that. And that is where the big business is done. It is done in English worldwide. I mean, you have to have a common language, and that is it. So that part's okay. They know that long ago. That's why they send their kids, to these English speaking countries as little stay there students, right? So they can be immersed in English for what do you call that? Immersion. Yeah. They send very young kids here to do that. And that's why.
A lot of them are living in these big homes alone, and 12, 13-year-olds living all alone in these homes. So the owners of the homes, the Chinese owners of the homes, don't have to pay vacant home tax.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're sticking to politics, right? No, you're right. That's a whole thing that you also talk about. You're right.
Yeah. I covered that before.
That's a lot you talk about. That's great. That's theirs. But I'm just saying English really is it. And I'm also saying that we matter. When we stand up, we matter. But so they look and they say, okay, let's see. Do Canadians give a shit if they become communist or not? Or are they too stupid to figure it out or whatever? And if we are, boom, then there you go. This is what you get. But if you're on it and you put your foot down, because they were willing to give up, they throw out these little taglines and then say who's going to take the bait? Who's going to bite that tagline hook? Who's going to do that? And they do look for a majority. They do need to lead, lead the mind. That's what government is, right? They're governing the mind. They want to be sort of a mind that works together in a country. They do. And easier to control. And then they do throw out bait. They've always done that though. Since when? Royalty always did that. Remember back in the day? That's how they do it. Mm-hmm. They're just more evil now about it because they do most of it covertly. So they add deception into their evil. Before, evil societies did it all in plain sight, They just had human sacrifice right there in plain sight. Everyone could watch the show. Now they do it, but it's all behind closed doors. So same evil, same, incanting, they do incantation, right, to bring in evil spirit. And but they used to do it in public. Now it's just all behind the scenes. So it's even more evil than ever. Don't think back then was evil and now we're civilized. It's not. It's not how we live. But we still do hold the power, and it's individual people too. It's not some leader. It is the will of the people, and that is how our system is supposed to be. It is supposed to be the will of the people. But of course, these guys are bringing us into naught because if people are apathetic to it. So we're going to find out just how apathetic Canadians are tonight. We'll find that out, and then that's it. We'll be more Twilight Zone continues, but we'll see how far we get pushed. I mean, if people don't use their voice and raise their voice, you're going to get what you get, right? That's just how it is. So.
And you were on the front lines there reporting for Mike and the Knights during the convoy for us, remember?
I was there, not with the party. A lot of people were there for the party. Well, first the heroes went down. They charged the way. People were on the side of the highway, right? Cheering them on. And it was crazy to see, wow, there's a lot of people out here. Holy shit. Like the highways were lined. Children were freezing their ass off where I come from. We were minus 40 and kids were out there, did not want to go get warm. They're like, yeah. And we rose up, and then every individual province and city, right, had their own little thing go on. But heroes stormed first, then came a party, and then came the threat, right? That now we're breaking the law. And Justin Trudeau came up and said, we don't have the right to be there. And they're shutting us down. And that is when I got in with my sister, and down we went for nothing but abuse. And everyone's like, don't go, don't go. Everyone was so scared, so mad. Kids, parents, family, like, what are you doing? It's illegal. And then it's like, what are you doing? They're lifting the, the mandates now, right? Because they had to. It was like, holy shit. So they had to do that. That was the power of the people. They were not going to, if that hadn't happened, I have no idea where we would be right now. It was shithole city. It was so depressing. It was very dark times, if you remember.
I do. And we went through, we gone through it step by step together. We talked ourselves through this over the years, remember?
Yeah, that was my biggest support. It was awful. It was just horrible. But at the time, it seemed okay. But when I look back, like the healing season, which has, started last year, right? Healing, forgiveness, that kind of thing, like just realizing, holy shit, that was PTSD. But anyway, yeah, my sister and I got down and were completely abused because they shot that shit down and they used power. And on TV, it doesn't look as bad as it was. Like, that was violent. That was a huge message. You can't fight your government that way. I'll tell you that. You cannot. They have arms and you don't. And they don't give a shit. They ran us over. I was third. Remember when they ran the horses through?
Yes,
so I
do.
was third from the very front because we were pushing on those guards. And we're trying to get them to realize, hey, we're all Canadians. Like, we're in this together. Join us. We were trying to get them to join us, right? And then and we're pushing because we're trying to hold the line with no one said back up now or the horses are coming. No one said that. Like, you would think you get like a little warning. Like, if you don't back up, we're coming through the horses. Nothing. They just 1 second you're doing one thing and the next second. And these things are huge. These are huge horses. And there's no room for horses between guards and people when you're face to face with the guards. There's no room. So they busted through people, and that was violent. That was traumatizing, really. I mean, I know people go through worse in other countries, right? But I'm saying that is because you're like, what the? That's your own government. These are your own people. And this is what they just did. And we have the right to be here. That's what we were saying to everyone. I have the right to be there. You're not going to tell me not to go when I have the right to go. And man, were we harassed every corner. Everywhere, nothing but abuse. We were stopped on every corner. But anyway, that's one thing. That's standing up. And where was everybody else? I don't know, because that party seemed to scatter pretty quick. So that goes to show who's going to be there for the party. But when it's time to stand up, who's standing up? Coots Boys, Alberta, our heroes. But we had pretty good action here too. But I mean, that's the time to stand up, is when they try to tell you it's illegal. All of Canada should have showed up. Said, yeah, I don't think so. But that's what it takes. You're going to stand up and do something or not. And then these politician fronts, because they're just fronts, right? But that little front guy will try to acquiesce a little. If they know they're in trouble, they will. So, but not liberals. Oh no, liberals are not there liberals are there because that's full-blown communist. That's just a fact. And it's not the president of China who wants to take over Canada either. He's a puppet like they all are.
Speaking of puppets, here's an article here that someone sent me. China tried to drive voters away from conservative candidate inquiry. And they were pushing hard with these little ballots that were given out to vote liberal. And
that's a perfect plan, right? When you have a long-term plan, because these guys have very long-term plans. You got to be they're very patient. And it's not their plan anyway. It's a big evil plan that guides the show, right? So that's long-term. So that's a perfect little plan. Bring in some people, and they do that. You're 100% right. They'll be like, hey, you're going to have this, this, and this. And the way you get this, this, and this is you vote this. And they don't say vote like say for like Pierre Trudeau, it's whoever your local liberal guy is,
Mhm.
whoever it is. They don't even give a shit. This is who it is. This is who we're going to vote for. This is what's going to happen. And they band together like that. That's true. But see what a good little plan that is? Bring them in. And now you're stacking the deck with your votes by bringing the people in. And maybe it's not like tomorrow, but it's whenever. You know, now you can't vote maybe, but you can next time.
Mhm.
Or they're just stacking the deck nice and easy, or trying to, right? Like any plan can be foiled. And
Mhm.
and we know that. We saw it happen with the convoy. That's proof right there. When the people rose up, those mandates backed right the hell off right there. And they had to start coming up with a new plan. And look at Trudeau. Everyone hates him, right? And so
He's
what
a
did
great
they do?
puppet. He was a decent actor. He wasn't the greatest
No.
actor, but
Shitty actor.
he was just, it was just too damn obvious, right? It was just
He's
too.
the shittiest actor I've ever seen. And he had all those acting
He was a
lessons.
drama teacher. He should be at least good at acting.
No, and wasn't he the worst? It's like, hey, you are the shittiest speech reader. It seems fake. It's the same monotone every single time. It was nauseating. And they made him take those classes so that, you know, because they knew he'd have to be up there one day. So they're like, hey, can you go get some classes so you can act like you're some kind of human being? Nope. Absolutely cannot. That's an empty vessel right there. That's an empty, soulless wonder of an empty vessel. It is. That is not, there's nothing humanity in there. And it's really obvious. Just look at that talk, look at the eyes, look at that thing. So they're like, hey, let's give him some lessons. He's going to see. Didn't work, man. Didn't work. So anyway, great. Polyev was very in the lead. People were loving it. And the Conservatives would have been a shoo-in, as you know, just a while back, right?
Mhm.
And then they had to like, hang on, stall. Liberals stall here. Let's shut this shit down. Do whatever. That's how you could tell it's rigged. Forget the votes. Like it's rigged with them trying to hang on to power, shut the shit down, regroup, bring in a heavy hitter. So they go from drama teacher boy to heavy hitter. That guy's a heavy fucking hitter, man. Heavy. And there's a lot of people who love that.
Mhm.
All the educated people love that. So Toronto, holy shit, that whole area, they're going to love that because he comes with creds. They love credentials like that.
Mhm.
It's like, look at this guy. He can run all this kind of shit. They don't really care about the humanity part. They just care, oh, look, he ran this and ran that. So he's good at business. So he's, you know, this is what he's good to do. So that all of a sudden started swaying people. You know, I was hoping the French would be like, oh, we don't want that Anglo fuck. And then just fucking go for at least a French Polyev. But we'll see what they do. I don't know. Because, the French don't have the time of day for that type of shit. They hate that type of shit. But whatever, we'll see what happens. You know, I mean, and so many people went voting because they just want Polyev is saying the right things, right? It's like it's what they're saying. It's
Yes,
not
it's
necessarily
all
what will
staged.
happen.
They're telling them what they want to hear so they
Yeah.
can get in, and you know.
Well, and then, you know, Trump, like, I don't know what he's laying the groundwork for. He's laying groundwork. Maybe not. But like we're just shooting the shit, right? Just shooting off at the mouth.
Mhm.
So whatever, it's just for fun. But I know one thing. The US isn't going to sit by while their border is now a communist country.
Yeah.
So we go communist and the states are going to be like, yeah, you're communist. So
What have I been saying for the last 15 years?
I don't know.
I've been saying, wake up, America. Your problem isn't Iraq. Your security threat is Canada.
Oh, that's their little thing. That's not like, I mean, that's going to be the new tagline of why. See, they just sell us shit. Right now where I live, I'm going through a mini hyperinflation. A new one, not from before.
Mhm.
It's all of a sudden. And I guess they're going to blame it on tariffs. That is such a lie. All that's it's just this reason. Oh, here's the reason why we're hyperinflating you. It's because of tariffs. Yeah, okay, there. It's a fuck right off. What a bunch of liars. They're just sucking the shit out of everything they can get. You know, these are all lies and reasons why they're trying to hyperinflate us. Like, it's not hyper. I know other countries are worse, but every time you go, prices are up now. And it wasn't like that during COVID when the prices were going up in COVID. It's
easy with the C
more
word.
blood
Easy with the
sucking.
C word. They'll shut me down.
What did I say about it? What C word? Sorry.
The C. Did
sickness. I say it?
Yeah, it will shut the stream down.
Okay, what did I say? Can you spell it or say it in Spanish?
I can't say it in Spanish. It doesn't.
Oh shit.
COV.
What did I say?
The COV word.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That will shut down my YouTube stream.
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
will shut.
I'm sorry.
YouTube's looking for reasons to get the hell.
And I'm over it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to say that word, but yeah.
No,
So
I don't want to censor people.
Days.
If it's Mike in the Night on Odyssey, you could say whatever you want. The problem is they're looking for reasons to get rid of me on this platform, right? So I have to be really careful. I already got 21 strikes, and it's taken me 15 years to build this channel, and I can't lose it in one discussion, right?
Yeah, I was shocked to see you back on. Yeah, sorry, I won't
no, it's
say
okay.
That
It's not. No, because we shouldn't be having to censor ourselves. And people in the comments will say other people are saying it. Yeah, other people are allowed to say it and get paid to say it. We go back and show you what we're talking about in 2017 and 2018. Then the problems start. Because they're like, wait, this guy was already telling us this was going to happen. They don't want to see that. YouTube does not want to see any history. They want all the new influencers that are getting US aid. They can make their money and tell people what they already know because they're allowed to tell you what you already know. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I just, to me, that looks like, right, it could be a very good reason down the road why who's setting the stage, all of a sudden he comes up with this idea. You know, he is a good, smart man, though. He might help them brainstorm for all I know, because he's actually really smart and he's a great marketer. He knows a thing or two. But he's had help coming up with that idea. He didn't just all of a sudden start saying, let's make Canada our 51st state. That's coming from somewhere. And so, I don't know.
It could have come from a video I made in 2012. Oh, how I long an American takeover, Canada 51st state. It could have been from a video I made, because it's really shocking of how some of the stuff we say or I've been saying for all these years, for some reason, get recycled or redistributed or rebranded out there. It's really weird. But Lenny Poo, it takes 5 to 10 years though. It doesn't happen overnight though.
Yeah.
Well, except that Mike in the Night you were on with me, we were talking, and then 2 days later, what I was saying on Mike in the Night, you were so shocked to hear another channel saying it and saying it the way I was saying it too.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That did happen back then. I remember that, because that was breaking information though, right? Like now it's sort of recycled. Hasn't been much new since that kind of got, right? It's just the same old. It's not breaking. But yeah, at the time, that was happening a lot. I actually heard, this is probably off topic, but I did hear someone that was a fluke about a month ago talk about something that I had never heard before until I thought of it. I did. And I brought it up on your show about 8 months ago or so. I don't even know. Never heard anyone say that. I just thought of it. Oh yeah, it was after I went to Vancouver, remember? And the whales, like they were saying how they sang and what they did. And then, one thought led to another. And I started thinking, remember the Tower of Babel and all that? I don't know if you remember when I brought that up on your show. And and then I see a whole show. This guy that's his whole platform. This new platform is all about that. I'm like, well, that's wild. And it could just be a fluke that, it's because, like, I don't know, that it's truth and other people can plug into truth. But I did find it was very wild that he was saying the identical thing, but it was a whole platform with like thousands of subscribers and that kind of thing.
Anything
Huge.
that came after 2020, 2021, and they got a little bit of green from the US aid and stuff. Oh, they're on high hog, man. They got planes, they got everything, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, Lenny Poo.
Yeah.
It's almost 8 o'clock here.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna go back to some stats here and go over a few things, and we'll get you back on soon enough. I'll be back on Saturday on Mike of the Night. We're on Odyssey now for a while, because the Rumble's not giving me a stream key anymore. Like remember before in 2021 we had the same problem where Rumble wasn't giving me a stream key, so we had to leave Rumble.
Yep. I've bounced around like crazy.
Yeah, I got to go back to Odyssey again. They're not giving me a stream key. So
Yeah, it's just a bounce thing. I was surprised to see you there. So I'm gonna check back in. Like I'm gonna go to watching now because I want to see what the like what is happening with the voting numbers.
yeah, I got it up right here right now. So
Perfect. I'm gonna tune in. Yep.
okay, we'll see. We'll
All
talk
right.
soon, Lenny Poo. God
All
bless you.
right. Yeah. God bless.
Bye bye.
Good night.
All right, that's our girl Lenny Poo. Guys, be careful with some of the language you do say on the show. I'm not mad or anything. It's just I just don't want to lose. Supreme Canon said. Oh, somebody sent me a photo. All right, let's get our next caller on here. So Salty Berry is saying how the WEFers stole the election. How could anyone think that the last 9 years were positive for anyone? And again, it just goes back to what we told you why this is happening. Hello.
Hey.
Touch bone.
You called.
Yeah, I'm calling you because I wanted to get you. I wanted to get you on the show. Didn't I tell you guys months ago? The video is up with the timestamp that Carney's gonna win. It doesn't matter. He's gonna win.
I can't stand watching that TV. If I don't walk outside, I'm gonna smash it. I see the numbers 160 to. I forgot what it was. Ah, shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna open.
I don't know. I don't know. Canadians don't want change, I guess.
Right. So according to projected likely minimum, likely projected. So they're projecting 189, 125, 23, 51, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's what they're projecting, right?
Well, how could I say it?
But I told you this was going to happen.
I know. You got a magic ball there. You already predict the future.
It's the playbook essay.
You got the playbook. Oh, what's next? What's next down the line for us? Because I'm getting out of Dodge over here.
You know what, buddy? Like I was telling Dino Bravo, and I was telling, I think, Junkyard Dog, and I was telling other people, look, we got to meet up at one port, relocate, everyone, like the town I live in, it's a liberal cesspool, but it's a 2-stoplight town, and if there's enough of us in this small town like where I live in, it's beautiful scenery, it's absolutely gorgeous where we are. If there's enough of us living together, we all run for city. Run for city council. Yeah. We all kind of take care of each other, I guess. You know, like a commune.
I'm tired of this. You know what this is all gonna come down to, right? The carbon tax is gonna come back. Everything's gonna come back, and even more.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. And I told you guys, and I even broke it down how it's gonna be laid out. I told you they're gonna select Carney, right? And then after the selection, that he's gonna win the election. So the night's not over yet. They're still counting ballots.
He did win. He won his seat, and he got his seat already. He won. Mm-hmm. He won his seat in wherever riding it is, by only 2,000 votes, 2,200 votes. He won his seat. I don't get it. It's I don't know. It's rigged to me.
Well, here's the deal. You want
to
the
me,
answer?
my personal opinion.
Well, I know it's rigged. I told you it was going to be rigged. It's going to be all selected, and the public servants were going to vote for this guy. That's how big Canada government is. Canada government is massive, man.
Well, it doesn't help that they even brought these migrants in here. right?
Mm-hmm.
Socialist handouts. We're done. We're done.
So this is what's happening.
I said it. I said it a few weeks ago. I've been driving around the city, you know, in Toronto, and all I see is red signs everywhere. It's like, even on the, you know, there was a red sign the other day, uh, stapled to the back of the bus. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I can't believe it.
Well,
With all that stuff that people are hearing out there, what's happening, I guess their lives are not doom and gloom yet for them to wake up.
Yeah, I get. Well, but if you're on high hog, okay. Look again, Paul. If a majority of these, if a good chunk of Canada, hear me out, is working for the government, they want to keep those 6-figure incomes, dude. You bring in a government that's going to balance the books, and he's going to have to fire half of the government tomorrow, because it's costing the country too much money. Okay, so what do you think these liberals are going to? Well, I don't want to lose my job. I need my 6-figure income. And I kept saying, I told you guys, he's going to win.
I'll give him a 6-figure income. Grab a shovel, show up on my job site. I'll make them work for their money.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know.
Or a jackhammer, or an excavator or something.
Oh yeah. No. That's too good. A shovel. They got to do manual labor to earn that 6-figure income.
Yeah, we're getting toasted. We're toasted. We're now that this is coming through, I got to start looking at other videos and other discussions I made over the years to look at what's going to happen going forward, right? Like, I got to start figuring out what's next now, because I've been right about a lot of this shit, right? And a lot of people doubted me.
You have.
Like, people are calling me anti-Canadian. They're calling me this. I'm like, no, I'm not liberal. I'm telling you what is going to happen.
Yeah, it's basically happening. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm doubting you. Yeah, what you're saying, we're already seeing. You know, even with the fentanyl, that's gonna happen, and all that stuff. We see it. Well, they mentioned when Donald Trump mentioned, you know, the drugs, whatever. And then a week later, it was big bust. I forgot where it was.
Yeah, it was a fake. It was fake. I said on the show they're going to stage a big fentanyl bust purposefully. Yes. They're going to do it on purpose. A week later, what happened?
Yeah, exactly. Fentanyl, guns on the table, all that stuff. Yeah. Right?
Stolish. And they arrested one guy that was out 2 hours later with a sandwich and a granola bar.
Yeah, well, somebody had to take the fall for them.
Yeah, but he got out with the sandwich and a granola bar and $20 for the bus.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Oh man, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I hope it's not what I was expected, and I'm not saying. I don't know. I just hope people realize what they're getting into now. So. That's it. You know, I'm down here in Toronto, so everything's going to go, right? They're going to come after everything.
People born and raised in this country can't even afford to get, and I've been talking about this for 15 years. Yeah. People born and raised in this country can't even get into their own real estate market because of all this Chinese money laundering. And now the Chinese are voting liberal, because they all do. And there you go. Why would it, you know, they're giving out pamphlets, dude. And people are telling me, Mike, there's only 2,000 Chinese in Canada. What are you talking about? It's like, mafangulo.
Oh, yeah. 2,000 Chinese just in one block.
Yeah.
One street block.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you heard now they're going to be taxing, you know, what's it called? Homeowners that have their house paid off and all that stuff.
Yeah, I actually made a video about that. I made a video about that in 2017.
Yep. And today there was something happened in Portugal and Spain.
Oh, with the power.
Yeah, AI operating with EMPs or something like that.
Yeah, and the power's out.
Yeah, it was in the power's out. Yeah, and then there was somebody in the chat also said that some of the UK was out too.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I hope the numbers are wrong, but I don't know. Anyway, get to another caller and refresh your screen there if CBC allows you back to refresh.
Yeah, we gotta kick. They're blocking my IP on everything here tonight. I gotta turn on. I gotta turn on my. I gotta turn on my. What do you call it? My.
Your voting numbers came out there. Out there yet or no?
Dude, I'm having a hard time finding anything that's like legit here. I'm going through shit. It's
I know.
all. I'm going to Poll Tracker. It's not giving me. Okay, Atlantic Canada. Okay, we need Pacific Canada, Pacific, British Columbia. So 41% Liberal, 40% Conservative, NDP 13%. According to this, 43 seats.
It's starting. So
it's Atlantic
we'll
Canada.
see.
Atlantic Canada that's got that's kicking butt here for the Liberals.
At least we could buy some time if it's a minority government. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. The Liberals are going to have to team up either with the NDP again, right? Like they did.
Yeah, and the bloc hopefully goes with conservatives, but who knows? Who knows?
That's going to be a war, man. I can tell you. But NDP's at 8.1% though. That's the problem. So 8.1% with the Liberals have. That's it right there, right? Unless conservatives join the Bloc Québécois, the Green, and the People's Party, and the Marijuana Party, and all of them.
And the Communist Party.
Yeah, the Communist Party. They join everybody just to get to get enough, right?
Oh my God! I don't know. 4 years, actually 10 years of this garbage, and people still haven't woken up to what they're actually doing. I don't know. Well, it is what it is, and we pray for the best.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, dude, don't be so mad. Just say, hey, my buddy told me this was gonna happen, and my buddy was right. Okay, I was warned. You were warned, right? So.
Yes, we're all warned. The ones that are awake we're warned, but
all these people, the conservatives are gonna clean the house. They're gonna do this. No, they're not. They're not allowed to. Shut up. They're not allowed to.
I don't know. Even the candidates, I can't even read out their names. They're not Canadian. These are, I don't know where they get them, but
Yeah, I don't know. Because I remember when I was growing up as a kid, we were treated like trash for being Portuguese. Oh, you can't read, you can't do this, you can't do that. You don't get those jobs. You have to lie on your resume, and if they found out you're Portuguese, they fire your ass. And then now everyone comes in and they don't even know the English alphabet, and they get handed the world. What is this?
Yeah, and they run as a candidate. Mohammed here and Singh over there, and I don't know. And then they come knocking on your door. You can't understand half of what they're trying to talk about to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
All right, don't take it too personal.
Right. Well, I was hoping for change and better, but I guess this country hasn't woken up yet.
Yeah. All right, brother. You have a good night. Go get some sleep. It's late there. Go to sleep. You got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
all right. God bless you.
All right. Bye. You too.
Bye.
Everything good out there?
Everything's fine out here. The sun just finally set, and yeah. Yeah, that's good.
I'm saying from the tragedy that happened.
Oh, everything is fine. I don't know who the hell someone's messaging me here.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, no. It's good. Everything's good. We'll talk later. We'll talk during the week. I'll call you.
Okay, ciao.
Ciao. All right, that's my man Paulo. Yeah, he's a lot of people were hoping for the illusion of a change, to come. And I got a lot of bad press. All right, let's see what happens. Supreme Canada was saying in the comments, 15% of polls are reporting it's going to be a while. Okay, so it's still going to take some time to get. I can't find that map anymore. The CBC map is down. Could someone send me a link to a map, a proper map with colors, because I could differentiate the difference between colors, please? Anybody send me a map with colors? Trudeau and saying, hey, remember this? January 27, 2024. Teams quietly planning electoral reform legislation. They want to reform the electoral system in their favor. And I'm not going to read this because this is the mainstream media, CTV News, reporting this. All I want to tell you guys is what I told you guys before. When we told you guys the Liberal government will call a snap election and win, it's all fixed. Rig elections worldwide, and that was in early February of 2021. We were warning you guys of a slap election and how the Trudeau government was going to win. And we'll play a clip here for you guys.
For months now, Liberals want weekend voting, mail-in ballot changes to be ready for possible pandemic election. Mail-in ballot changes to be ready. So the Liberals obviously are going to call in an early election. Definitely going to do this.
That was just a prediction, folks, but they ended up doing it later on in the year.
An opportune time, especially with this virus ravaging through Canada. I'm just being... You could hear the sarcasm in this, and basically to get this vote through, basically to get people to vote, even if they get 2 mail-in ballots, it's going to actually make a complete difference on who wins the election. It's who counts the ballots. And this is why the rest of the world will start...
And what else we say here? 9 out of 10 jobs created in 2021. So do the math there. If Mark Carney could get the public sector to vote for him, he'll win the election. Useless public sector jobs getting hacked by Trump. Oh, that's a new one. Never mind that one. Let's go to an older one. 7 years ago here. Private versus public sector jobs. Canadian interest rates were raised on junk employment data. So fake Canadian job growth. Public sector does not count. Mom and pops to be taxed to death. Right? Mike in the night. Public sector workers can't live on their own in their own cities. Postal, police, and teachers 5 years ago. This is why public sector workers in Canada are getting 6-figure incomes. Because they can't afford the multi-million-dollar bungalow or million-dollar one-bedroom condo because it's been destroyed by money laundering, right? And the Trudeau is failing the elites. And we could see here Trudeau failing the elites when we told you here that Trudeau visited Trump to protect CPP interest, fentanyl, trafficking, housing affordability, CPP. So 2 months ago, words Trudeau to visit Trump to protect CPP interests. And then Trudeau to protect CPP interests, Trump suggests Canada become the 51st state, U.S. take us over now. And this is why I've been advocating for an American takeover. What's the point of this idea of Canada if the people that built the country or the people that oil the gears are kicked out of the equation, are not part of it no more? You know what I'm saying? And this is how Canada is in serious danger. And how Mark will win this next election. He will win. They'll do whatever they can to get this in. You're going to have the Chinese back them. You're going to have a lot of backing. You're going to have a lot of hacking. You're going to have a lot of stuff here. And what does Mark Carney want to do? Well, he wants to usher in, the digital ID. Let's keep going here. What else we got? Ground Ontario says nanos. It's all bullshit, and I'll tell you why it's all bullshit. Because we told you that the Liberal government will call us. Yep, let's keep going. And so what Canada needs to do, and then again, why we're going into a major depression, is the CCP money laundering cannot last much longer. It's out of control. Okay, remember in 2012, 2013, 2014, we were filming for you guys, Hastings Street. We were filming the downtown. We did a whole series called Canada is Dying for you guys. I think it was in 2014 or 2015. We did a whole series that Canada is dying, right? The money laundering is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and Canadians cannot compete with the bidding wars happening in BC. And now it's apparently happening now that they're putting more restrictions on for foreign investing. Everyone's going over to Toronto, and they're going to Seattle or Washington State to destroy those two economies housing-wise. So watch out, a tsunami of money laundering is going to go right across Canada and wipe out the Canadian middle class. And Canadian governments are allowing this because economically we're not doing anything anymore, right? And let's just keep going. What are you going to do about the giant public sector? What are you going to do about the Chinese money laundering in Canada? We told you over and over and over again, and this is the video I made today. Quick video to update you guys on what's happening with Elections Canada. I've been getting emails last couple of weeks, and they've been ramping up. And emails that are coming in from China that are being directed to Chinese nationals living in Canada. So we got about 6 million, 6.8 million Chinese nationals living in Canada. They're all receiving, a majority of them are receiving emails in Mandarin or Cantonese or whatever, telling them to vote Liberal. And with 6 million of them in the country, basically, apparently, this is apparent, they're threatening them that they, if the Conservative Party comes into play or into power, that they'll start deporting people and deporting illegals and deporting this and deporting that. So keep that in mind. Oh, just all night long. To fill the jobs, you know, like there are not enough positions to fill all the people, is what I mean, all the students graduating. There's more lawyers graduating from school now here in Canada and the US than there is positions, far more positions available that could ever. So there's these lawyers graduating and they can't find a job because there's nowhere near as much positions available. But anyways, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. Anytime anyone brings up any of this that's concerning someone's future, or someone's concerned about their future, how will things play out, right? We're just getting one side of the picture. You're automatically called a racist. That was back in 2016. Canada wants more Chinese, 500,000 per year. That's a really good video. And ramping up waves of rich Hong Kongers and mainland Chinese to immigrate since 1986. So what happens? The next party comes into play. The Liberal Party wins. And this comes up in 2016. Canada wants more Chinese worker students and tourists as immigration minister. Not only did they open the borders or open themselves to 40,000 people a year, they actually opened their borders to, let me open this so you could actually see it. For those that didn't see me read this article a billion times on this channel, it all links. Visas have been increasing from China to about 500,000 per year. In 11 years, Canada will be completely China. Because none of the Canadians or Canadian proper is having children. So, McCollum said visas have been increasing from China to 500,000 per year. And that's why now, from this article in 2016, we're in 2020 now, fast forward to today. We are autonomous regions of China. Period. No questions asked, no debate. Somebody asked me, said, hey, Mike, I know the federal election is a long ways away in Canada. Who do you think is going to win? The Liberals. 100%. I'm going to go vote Conservative or for Bernie and Maxi. Heck, I might even run in a Conservative party for the sake of getting a voice out there. But to be frank with you, I don't think they stand a chance. But there it is right there, folks. We've been saying this for years and years and years and years, like a broken record on here. Luckily, 71 people are watching this now. Yeah. All right. Let's get... Guys, Canada polls, whatever thing, if that goes back up, can you give me a link to it so I could go back and If you guys want to buy me a coffee, there's a link pinned up top, guys. Pick me up a coffee, please. Help me out. I've been warning everyone for so many years now. It's like it's getting almost like sad. Very sad. Very, very, very sad. All right, let's get our next caller on. And let's get our next caller on. All right. I was trying to call Supreme Cannon, but he's not picking up. That's fine. No big deal. You guys are busy. You're busy. I understand. No worries at all. So, yeah, this is kind of I'm just trying to see if I could find a proper polls here. I can't find proper polls here. I don't know what the heck is going on. Oh, he's calling me back. Hey, I thought I lost you tonight.
Oh yeah, no, I tried answering you and it did the same thing again. So I just called you back.
Oh, okay, no worries, no worries.
Yeah.
No, but everybody else has been picking up okay tonight. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why it happens that way, but no, it says join call and everything, and I click it, and it says I'm on with you, but I don't get any icons or anything. It just kind of freezes there. So maybe it's on my end.
Who knows?
I don't know. We're stuck with Instagram. What are we gonna do, buddy?
Well, it's okay. Instagram,
what are we gonna do?
Actually, the audio on Instagram is pretty solid, and I enjoy using it because it's good.
It's working well. Yeah.
The audio transition when I hear replay of Mike of the Night is like really good. You know, better than Skype, because Skype is all over the place with the audio, right? Anyways, yeah. Okay, we're here tonight. You know what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell us what you feel, buddy. It's all you.
Well, they say there's no accidents in politics. I'm rather I'm not real surprised that Trump let out that tweet that he did. That was a shot across the bow, because both major parties are against him, and there's hardly any daylight between their platforms. Because Carney, well, whatever, he'll lie, he'll say whatever he has to do to get elected. But I mean, they're all competing for the same blob in central Canada, right? Half the population lives between Windsor and Montreal. 200-mile wide strip of land, and everybody has to compete for them, and they're heavily urbanized, which means they're heavily liberal. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna win in Canada. You can't win by telling the truth like any other democracy. So it is what it is. They both support Ukraine. Why? Because we have a huge Ukrainian diaspora on the prairies, and that's a conservative stronghold, right? So if they said, well, no, I think we should make peace with the Russians, what would happen? I mean, they all stood up and clapped for that old Nazi. Like they had, right? They had to have known what they were doing. But why did they do it? Because there's a huge stronghold in Western Canada, right? Like the Tories can't just let the Liberals have that. So of course they're going to support Ukraine. Things like that, right? But the reality that the U.S. has basically turned on the magnet and said, "Come to Papa," especially with things happening. Like the people, about half the people in this country, the status quo has served them very well their entire lives. They don't understand what the problem is. That's why they were so hostile to the truckers. They thought, who are these wingnuts? And then Trudeau said, this is just a fringe minority. Don't take them seriously. Well, okay, good. That's all they have to think about. They can go back to their comfortable lives again. Since World War II, we've had a long period of relative peace and tranquility. relatively speaking, right? Infrastructure was put in, everybody had clean water and food and electricity, and problems that bedeviled humanity for thousands of years were solved. And they just haven't been a problem. We can't relate to these things at all. And now we've had 2 and going on 3 generations that can say and do and believe the most absurd things imaginable, and nothing bad happens to them.
And even get
Like, this is a miracle in so many ways. The problem is it tends to destroy itself over time. No, there's lots of people that, yeah, they like the status quo. Perfectly fine, thank you very much. And they don't understand why anybody would want to change it. So that's why they make a bugaboo out of a guy like Trump. Like, why do we have to care about American politics? Why do we have to care about Trump?
Well, what are you going to listen to?
We're the second largest country on earth.
Well, what are you going to listen to when you're in the aisleway or you're paying for your groceries? The other day, I'm paying for some groceries. The lady over at the checking out the cashier is talking to the lady across. Oh, did you see Trump do this and Trump do that and Trump do this? Oh man, I hope this and that. I'm like, Mafangulo, what do you know? You don't know shit. You're a cashier.
Yeah. Look, we're the second largest country on earth. We've got huge amounts of farmland. We got huge amounts of building land. We sit on an ocean of oil and natural gas and coal and the highest grade uranium deposit in the world in northern Saskatchewan. If there's 3 things that should be almost free in Canada, it should be fuel, food, and housing. And they're not. We're getting raked over the coals. We're getting financially raped. Our children have no prospects. Right? But this is the thing. The people that have lived the most comfortably and profited the most of that older generation, they own 50% of the wealth in this country. They've done very well. They don't understand what the problem is. They just literally can't. Or they're incentivized not to understand it, right? I don't get it. Like, everything's worked perfectly for us since we were kids. Like, I think you're just complaining too much.
Oh, you're a racist.
Yeah, or you're a racist. Yeah, well, that's good enough, right? People can say and think the stupidest things imaginable and then go about their lives, and they don't get punished for it because we've been too successful. We're victims of our own success. Like, the kind of infrastructure that was built in the 50s and 60s revolutionized life in North America. But we could never build anything like that again. You'd never get the permits for it. That's a one and done, frankly. I mean, there's this Site C dam that just got completed in northern BC, but I mean,
$2 zillion.
Yeah, $2 zillion, probably over budget and everything else.
Like whatever. The Gordie Howe Bridge or whatever that bridge they're building in Canada, like 11 trillion or whatever. Like, Mafangulo, what the fuck?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, even these people, I mean, they have vicarious memories because their parents were all, came through World War II and the Depression, and their grandparents went through World War I and all that stuff. So it's not like they don't have any concept of hard times, but it's only been basically progress for 75, 80 years. And they just can't understand why everyone has a problem with it. Like, you must be a Nazi.
Neo.
You must be a neo-Nazi. Yeah. Like, how could you possibly go, how could it be a problem? Like, there is no, it's ironic, but, the first Trudeau with the national energy policy in the 70s was kind of the idea of, well, we need to get control of our resources, so we're going to nationalize them. Now, if it was an idea of, like, look at a country that's got a small population for its land area, a place like Russia, for example, right? You got Moscow, St. Petersburg, a couple of big cities, and then it's mostly empty all the way clear to the Pacific, right? So how are you going to develop that united as a nation? It's going to be infrastructure, it's going to be power, it's going to be industry, it's going to be all kinds of stuff like that. That was happening even before communism, right? There was a plan, right? But we probably tried to have something similar to that in Canada. But the problem is we've got this plug in the line called Quebec. We can't move our oil to Eastern Canada because at some point it has to go through Quebec because of geography, and they keep saying no, and the government doesn't have the balls to say we're doing it anyway. So, okay, well, I guess that's it. I guess they've got a veto. Right? But now Alberta separation. I mean, they talked about this 100 years ago. I've seen editorial cartoons from like 1915, before there was even oil and gas as an issue, talking about how farmers in Alberta and Saskatchewan were feeding the cow on one end, and guys in top hats in central Canada were milking the cow on the other end, kind of a thing. That's over 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it comes and goes, but if Alberta is landlocked, which it would be, and there's people that say, no, that's not true, but absolutely it would be true. What incentive would Ottawa have to cooperate with Alberta if they did that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it was just us against Ottawa, it's not happening. But if it's us and the United States against Ottawa, then it's over.
Yeah.
Right. So even if this Carney Carnival Act guy manages to become prime minister, yeah, he's got another knife pushed up against his ribs. Not just the one from Quebec. He's got one from out here. Because for at least the next 4 years, the possibility exists that Western Canada could be gone. And I mean, maybe finance guys would say, well, that would be a 5% adjustment to agriculture, and our GDP wouldn't be affected. Well, they're dreaming. They're dreaming. If those transfer payments dry up that they used to bribe Central Canada and Eastern Canada and Quebec,
mm-hmm.
if they dry up, what are they going to do? Where's the money going to come from? Richard Jutton, the Irving family. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's part of it too. There's no national policy. You've got 15, 20 families that own everything worth owning in this country.
Yep.
And they basically make the decisions. It's the same with Warren Buffett. Like he hauls oil by Burlington Northern rather than a pipeline. It would cost him $2 billion a year in revenue if that pipeline went through. Of course, they don't want it.
Oh, look, you got your typical American map here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all blue, right? Just like in America, it's all red and a little bit of blue, but vice versa in Canada. The map is completely a good chunk of the map. Guys, don't count this part up here, this territory up here. I'm talking about the ones that matter down here. It's a majority blue right across, and the Liberals are still winning. That's how it is in American politics too, where it's a majority. The whole map is completely red, and you got a little blue dots here that make change the whole outcome of the election.
Yeah. I'm looking at Rebel News right now. I couldn't watch CBC. It was unwatchable. Votes, total, like raw votes, are almost identical for Liberals and Conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
But the Liberals are up 7 to 9 seats, depending on who you're listening to. All the polls haven't reported, so we'll see how it finally shakes out. But it's looking right now like another minority government. And right now the NDP has 11 seats.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was telling Paul.
That's enough. Yeah, that's enough. We could have the same thing again.
That's what I was telling Paul on the phone. Yeah. You're gonna see NDP, and a good chunk of BC is voting NDP here. I'm gonna go back. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they always do. They're a constant plague here, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, so there's 8-9 seat difference between them. That's the thing, though. The second largest party gets completely shut out. Well, you got the Buffalo Party in Saskatchewan. They polled at 33%. If Alberta has a referendum, even if it's close, and I would be inclined to think that Washington wouldn't be above doing little things to put their thumb on the scale. I mean, we're in the middle of a trade war right now. Things are going to start hurting for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you see, I see in the chats people talking about the trucking and how things are going to start drying up pretty quick because of the last wave of ships coming over from the other side of the Pacific. Yeah, I could see that. We're going to see some empty shelves here and there. We mostly managed to avoid it after the funky bug, but I don't think we're gonna avoid it this time.
Well, we'll stick around for a little bit longer just to see if we can get, if there's any major changes. 97, 90, 15. And one, and the Green Party is still kind of like on the fence here.
Yeah.
According
my
to
kids
CBC Canada, I'm getting something. I'm getting it here. It should be updating in real time.
Yeah, I've got one kid at the coast. I got another one in the Okanagan. And of course, me and my dad, my brother, in the Shuswap. I hate to leave, but I've got family in Grand Prairie, so I mean, I got to go start over somewhere. I just soon try my luck there, especially if they do this. If I don't see them not making their move. I don't think Danielle Smith will have a choice, because give it 6 months. If they don't see any forward movement on developing energy and getting some things moving out here, because we're going to need it. I mean, if suppose they decide they're going to double down on this trade war, well, we're screwed. So and the U.S. is not going to sit idly by while the Chinese continue to pour people and money into Canada. They'll just close the northern border too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a danger for them.
Well, I kept saying for the last 15 years, America, wake up. Your biggest threat is Canada, not Iraq. Right? And I'm not talking about me and you as the threat for America.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well,
I was seeing it around me in Vancouver. It was a total a disaster nightmare.
Our biggest threat.
Young teenagers dying of fentanyl, dead, sprouted out, like laid out in alleyways, dead, with needles in their hands and shit. And I'm like, what am I looking at here in real time? What is this shit?
Yeah.
This was in 2008, Supreme, when I started my first YouTube channel.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's a constant problem. It's been constant for decades. The same forces. It's just that right now we've got a new centrifugal force, magnetic force as it was, that's been turned on full blast down south, and it's going to get spicy. Dino, Conservatives join with Bloc, they could have a majority. They could, but in order to get the Bloc on side with the Conservatives, they're still going to have to screw the West.
They do. That's the thing. They're going to have to really screw the West.
Yeah. I mean, the Liberals, they literally don't care. They're whores. They'll go with anybody. They'll promise them whatever they have to maintain the status quo. And I mean, they worked. I mean, Mark Miller, I think, was trying to flood Western Canada with migrants, a year or so ago, probably to make sure if there was a referendum, it wouldn't go through.
Yeah, it was pushing.
So we'll see what happens.
For people from Bangladesh to come in.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I think it was Bangladesh.
Yeah, probably.
So.
Yeah, more dependence. But that's the thing. Now we got a trade war. I have a feeling Ottawa's cash and ability to borrow is going to. I don't know. I could see our rates staying elevated for quite a while, just because.
Because they're not going to drop rates now. They're going to have 2 basis points up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to borrow even more money just to try to keep things papered over, and I just think the gaps are getting too large. Because we're at a point now, it's a generational disaster unfolding. We've got too many young people that can't own property, and they're not cool with it.
Never mind owning property.
Why would they
Supreme.
be?
Never mind owning the property. We already knew this 10 years ago. It's buying food.
Well, yeah, there's no excuse for that either.
People lining
up. We produce lots of food. We've got cartels and everything in Canada.
Two stoplight town. You know where I live. You've been to my house. You know where I'm at.
Yeah, I know America.
And you know the size of the town. The food bank lineup now goes all the way down from where the door starts. It goes all the way around the corner and all the way up almost 2.5 blocks, a block and a quarter long. Like, that's how long the lineup is for the food bank.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So. Nick Fortier, hey guys, Russia wants us over there. Just saying, you know what? Don't tempt me with a good time, man. Yeah, because that's the thing. If they just want to crowd out the European expansion, then why should the European expansion sit here and be impoverished and be bullied and be stripped of our future and the country our ancestors built? Mm-hmm. I mean, if they're going to do this and we can't stop them, then let's just give them what they want and go away. Let's go somewhere we're wanted.
Yeah.
I mean, we get along better in Russia than we would just about anywhere else. It's basically the same climate.
Someone's telling me Mexico sounds...
It's a hell of a language to learn. I don't know.
Someone's commenting Mexico is awesome. And, for me, like, I would move to a Catholic predominantly Catholic country. That's what because I'm Catholic, right? So I will move to a predominantly Catholic country. Worst case scenario, Portugal, Mexico. I speak the languages. It doesn't bother me, right? But
only if they deal with the cartels. Cartels are everywhere up here. I don't want them. I don't want Mexico. I don't want to be part of Mexico.
No. I'm saying I'll move to Mexico. I'm saying
you'll move to Mexico. Well, there's places in Mexico that are middle class and they're doing fine. Sure.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
there
saying.
again, I mean, part of the reason that America has been able to live so well is because of what the U.S. dollar will buy from Canada and Mexico. If we all become part of the same economic zone, they lose that currency advantage.
Yes, they do.
And if you import Canada, well, they just elected another globalist prime minister, or at least a minority government. Why the hell would they want to import Canada into the U.S. if it means the Republicans never win again? No, I think they want Alberta and maybe Saskatchewan. I don't think they want anything else. In the end, I think that's what they're playing for. They want access to Alaska. And if Alberta and Saskatchewan leave, how logistically is Vancouver going to move rail and truck traffic from Delta Container Port to Ontario?
Mm-hmm.
They have to pass through a foreign country to get there. Plus $11 billion a year transfer payments they don't have to give to Quebec and Eastern and the Maritimes anymore. How are you going to bribe them? Like, the place will just crumble.
Update. We got an update. Liberals 102-61, 163 total. And we got the Conservative Party 98-48. So 98 elected, 48 leading, 146. And then we got the Quebecois 18-6-24. And then we got New Democratic Party 1 elected, 8 leading, 9 total. And we got Green Party 0 and 1 leading and 1 total.
Yeah, they're close. They're close. And I mean, the Bloc Québécois, they're a separatist party, but I mean, why would they consent to sit in Parliament if they're a separatist party? I think in some ways they're federalized too, right? There's money and leverage for them to be, I mean, they're literally, they're traitors. If they're, are you Canadian or not? And if you are, well, then you're a traitor because you're basically the separatist party, the Bloc Alberta, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's a huge place and it's right across the river from Ottawa. So, there's all kinds of reasons to, keep them quiet. But the corruption is unbelievable. And Americans, you know what? They like their corruption too, but they don't like competition. So likelihood is, if large parts of Canada aren't going to break away, then Trump is probably just going to tell them, you're going to have to get rid of the wheat cartel and the dairy cartel and the lumber cartel and the Irving cartel and the Bronfman cartel and
electricity cartel, car insurance cartel, cell phone cartel.
Telecom cartels. Yeah, the place is just a grift machine. There's
solar power cartels. Everyone's just go solar in Canada. It's so easy. Bullshit. You got to go through hoops to get any solar.
Such retards. Look what just happened in the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal and Spain.
Yep.
Parts of France and I'm hearing parts of Belgium and Holland have been affected by this grid down. And a lot of it was because they just switched over to all these brand new renewables and they said it was a weather event or a thermal, changes in weather in different areas. There's all kinds of things that can affect an electrical grid, right? I have a feeling part of the reason my internet was so wonky on Saturday night was because of a solar storm. So it's, there's all kinds of things. It doesn't all have to be conspiracies, It doesn't all have to be WEF or whatever. It just happens. Neglect, right? All this infrastructure that was built. There's no financial case for buying a bunch of $5 million transformers to have sitting in a yard, and you don't use them because nothing ever happens.
Mm-hmm.
But now things are happening, and they don't have the spare parts.
Infrastructure is going to collapse. I've been predicting this collapse in infrastructure for so many years now, because because I've seen it in Mozambique, I've seen it in Angola. Once the Portuguese left Africa, it went from a beautiful, shiny city. I showed you all the videos of these beautiful Mercedes taxis go to like dead bodies on the street.
Absolutely. Yeah. For all of the wealth that we should have. Yeah. Even what we do have could vanish. We could turn into a frozen version of Venezuela. It could happen.
Yep.
I mean, with a small population with lots of land, yeah, people will grow their gardens, but it will reach a point in time where if somebody comes around and tells you, hey, you can't grow potatoes here, you're just going to shoot the brother trucker.
Yep.
You're just going to beat him. Like, people will start ganging together for survival. I mean, forget about maintaining any kind of middle-class lifestyle or the future or whatever. It's just going to be survival. Steve, you think Alberta now leaves Canada? I think the threat has been elevated. If Alberta had a referendum but still didn't necessarily act on it, but they had the option to leave, I think that would be the equivalent of 10 more seats in Parliament.
Okay, let me ask you something now. Let me ask. And I was asking the same thing to Dino Bravo and stuff. Yeah, on paper, they could do this, they could secede, they could do that, but would they be allowed to, Supreme? Would they be, like, allowed to?
Who would stop them? I mean, that's a good question. You know, okay, Alberta says they're going to leave, and Ottawa goes, haha, no, you're not. You know, and they send, our whole 3 combat brigades to Alberta or Edmonton and Calgary and say, yeah, you're not going anywhere, pal. But if the Americans are like, come to Papa, what are they going to do?
Yeah,
they're not going to do anything.
Provided the
they're
Americans,
not going to do anything.
Yeah, provided the Americans kick in, right?
Yeah. See, the thing is, the people that maintain the status quo, they're all these old fucks, right? They're all these old boomers. Are they going to take up weapons to defend Canada? Hell no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, they've been getting their way their whole freaking life. That's all they know. They're used to it. Why would they ever want to change the status quo? It's worked wonderfully for them. I don't blame them. But they don't give a shit about their own children, if they even have any.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. And the foreigners, well, it's just, water comes from a tap and food comes from a store.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've got so much, and all these people are poor. Of course we should help them. Why wouldn't we? We've got so much. The idea that other people are drowning doesn't occur to them. Well, they just need to work harder. Skill issue. They don't care, man. Why would they? You almost can't blame them. So there's a lot of people cheering right now because Mark Carney is their guy, and that evil Polyev and that evil Trump have been stopped, right? Oh, good God, we've saved the thing. It's like, no, you haven't. This was their last chance to save Canada, and they blew it. That's how stupid they are.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think it can happen here. It's unheard of. Could you imagine a civil war in Canada? Come on, you never see something like that. Even the cops, the RCMP was telling Ottawa, this is what you're facing in the next 10, 15 years if things stay the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
So it all just gets accelerated. Well, they had a long time to get ready and actually try to run this place like an actual country, and they couldn't do it. So, I guess that's how it goes. And I'm heartbroken over it.
Yeah,
I'm a British North American. I'm a John A. Macdonald, Last Spike, Red Ensign Canadian. My family's been wandering around North America since the 1750s, for crying out loud. I don't have another home. Got nowhere to go. What are we supposed to do? So it's like, okay, well, if the only way forward, if my kids can maybe own a house someday or have anything resembling a life, is if we throw in our lot with the Americans. That is the last freaking thing I want. I don't want their system. We didn't need their system. We just needed some people to think of Canada as a country and not a piggy bank or an international jobs fair with a gay disco out back.
Or a place to park your money, or a place to park your money. Again, $911 billion laundered through Canadian real estate since 2010. Now they're saying,
this is the thing, Mike. They call it investment, right? Well, they bring money into the economy and it brings up the green line goes up. But what kind of value did it produce?
Nothing.
All it did was jack up the real estate so that property taxes could go up, and no one could afford to buy a freaking home. That's all. That's not investment. That's piracy. That's colonialism.
That's
the exact same thing that Europeans were doing to Africa and Asia, right? It's the same deal. We'll park our money there.
Mm-hmm.
Where they've got tea and cinnamon and whatever, spices and cloves and whatever else. Yeah, we'll go park our money there. right? Well, it's being done to us now. Thanks, Ottawa. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's what do you fight for? What are we fighting for? Are we going to march on Ottawa with guns this time?
Yeah.
Are you pouring a drink, Supreme? I am so tempted, my friend.
You can have a drink, buddy. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm warming up my coffee. I'm good. I'm stimulated enough by what's going on right now.
I know you seem pretty
Well,
teed off. I know you seem pretty teed off.
It's not over, right? That's the thing. This place is still worth fighting for, but it's not. The powers that be have had some new leverage exerted against them that didn't exist before, and it's gonna and that guy's gonna be in there for 4 years. So, what's gonna happen in the meantime? Well, a bunch of those old status quo enjoyers are going to be dead, right? Because it's seniors, right? A lot of money is going to change hands. A lot of voting blocks are going to disappear. Mm-hmm. If we have a major financial crisis, which is definitely dead ahead if we're not in the middle of it now. No, there's a lot of these people that just moved here that are going to leave. Mm-hmm. Because there'll be nothing here for them. If the infrastructure continues to fall apart, well, this place is gold, man. When you find enough new arrivals frozen stiff in their car, it could absolutely happen. It probably will. Like it will go until it can't. And then, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table.
We're getting destroyed. And I've been warning. Like, I don't know how hard or more I could say, Supreme. I play back old videos. I'm finding stuff. I'm here with you talking. I'm looking in the back end here.
If someone said, how will you bring arms across the border? Well, say that America is really serious about getting parts of Canada to secede. The CIA will find a way to get arms and ammo across.
100%.
It's not a problem.
100%.
We'll have drones. We'll have AKs. We'll have everything we need.
Did you know that the Portuguese sent thousands of rifles to Pancho Villa and General Zapata and General Morelos? The Portuguese infiltrated the Mexican war there and actually funded Pancho Villa and
is that right?
Thousands of rifles come from Portugal.
Now, why would they do that? Because they wound up going up against the U.S. Army. So why would they do that?
Well, the U.S. technically was against the Portuguese Empire for a long time too, right? It was kind of trading.
Well, the Monroe Doctrine, and there was this big, shining target called Brazil. Yeah, I could see them maybe having some problems with Portugal. Sure.
Yeah, and then of course the British were alliance with Portugal for years, right?
Yeah. Lenny Poo. They will civilly separate. Probably. If there is a referendum in Alberta and it's 50.1% or whatever, yeah. I mean, just because there's no, they'll immediately be, the Americans will be flooding in to go, hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. They'll just come take over. Mm-hmm. I mean, de facto. They'll just go, okay, we'll give you most favored nation status, and General Motors will build a car plant in Calgary, and we'll do this and that and the other thing for you, and because I mean they'll want to get a domino effect going because they'll want Saskatchewan and Manitoba for the uranium and the tar sands and the natural gas and the farmland, and access to Alaska.
Yeah,
right, and 3/4 of the land area of BC, east of the Cascade Mountains. I mean, they'll want to go too. We might find ourselves part of America, even if Vancouver and Victoria don't want it. Could happen. I mean, qualitatively, what's the difference between the coast of BC coast and Seattle? They're all liberal shitholes. Mm-hmm. They get along great. They could have all the pride.
But again, there. I was on the West Coast, Supreme, a few weeks ago. It was that place was spotless, help wanted signs everywhere. No potholes. I saw graffiti on the Seattle underpass on I-5. I didn't see no graffiti anywhere. San Francisco was spotless. I would move to San Francisco tomorrow because that's how clean and organized it was. I don't know if it was staged for my visit, but I have never seen anything. Redding, California was spotless. The videos are up. If Canada was even like that, I wouldn't even be making this show and complaining. If it was like what me and my wife saw, what my family got to see. If that liberal cesspool of California and Oregon and Washington is this liberal dead zone, I would prefer that over. It's 10 times, 34 times, 50 times better than Canada Supreme. I was just there, and I saw it with my own eyes. Help wanted signs everywhere.
That's tragic. This was in many ways the best country in the world for a long time. It hasn't been for quite a while.
It breaks my heart, Supreme. You think I want to live like, it just breaks my heart to see how the destruction of over the years, decades of this planning. You can see the planning take place. That's what's, someone just emailed me. It's like, just email me right now. I'm over the email. Hey, Mike, looks like you're right about Carney. How did you know anyone would vote for the guy? It looked like it was going to be a conservative landslide. It's like, I'm trying to warn people. It's the playbook. Never mind about it's the playbook. He has to win this election, period, because they have other things in play ready for Canada. That's it. There's other things in mind, and there's other things ready to take off in Canada, and they need this. This is why this guy needs to win this election.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the only fight going on, right? Like, Washington is fighting with the city of London and Brussels. Mm-hmm. There's financial wars going on there, trade wars going on. The thing with China, it's really it's very complicated. There's this idea, there's a plan to it. I doubt it, or if there was a plan, it wasn't very well thought out. The idea was, you wanted to separate China from the Soviet Union, right? Because the Cold War was still going on. And even when it just ended, Russia was flat on its back and getting gang raped by European and Western finance. So I think the expectation is that, they had the place. They had it by the neck. It wasn't until the end of 99, when Putin came in, that things started to turn around. And of course, he's been enemy number one ever since. All of we'll never be communist because there's no means of production to seize. We already sent them to the communists to build our stuff for us. China seized our means of production already because we sent it to them. So a lot of the problems we have in Canada, we can thank our American friends for those too, because we wouldn't be having these issues with the Chinese if it wasn't for America. Well, they're not necessarily our buddies in that regard. And I'm not talking to the individual American. You're great. We're cousins. I love you. No issue. You've got the same problems we have. We've got this tumor called our capital city that's full of maniacs, idiots. What I'm hoping will happen, at least, is, Carney will call a meeting of all the ruling families of Canada, and they'll go, look, boys and girls, here's the deal. We actually have to run this place like a country, at least for a while, or we're going to lose large chunks of it, and we won't win another election again if the economy collapses, right? So we're going to have to do some things.
Let me tell you
and
straight
they'll put
up.
pressure on each other.
Let me tell you straight up. BC will never join the United States. They won't never. The BC is predominantly Chinese. Is one of them. They won't. The Chinese ports that are here, Prince George and Kitimat, and the Chinese influence with the coal mines that they own and are everything, our lumber, everything. The Chinese will never ever give up BC to America. That's the thing. I am for, like, if we have to, let's just join America. Let's do that. I've lived in both countries, okay, and I know that we could make it better if we were part of America, right? But BC will never China will never ever allow BC to be. China will invade BC before it actually is allowed to join America. That's all I
If
have to
China,
say.
if China invaded BC, they would be nuked.
No, but you
It
know
won't
what I'm
happen.
saying. You know what?
I know
Well,
what you're saying.
yeah.
They've invaded us the soft way. If they tried the hard way, they'd be nuked. It won't happen unless the U.S. falls into internal chaos, which is entirely possible. Let's
Right.
not rule that out, right? You think joining America just in time for their frickin' civil war? Yeah, I'd rather stay here. Thank you. No, I don't want to join America. I want Canada to be what it should be. There's a difference there. If there's
me
no way that
too.
it can happen, then if there's no way it can happen, bud, then yeah, I accept it. There's no future here, and I got kids just like you. So let's just go do it and lean into it and be the best freaking Americans, because we're the best Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You got the United States of Americans and you got the British North Americans. Our country was freer than theirs. We didn't need no freaking Second Amendment. Everybody had gun racks in the back of their windows of their pickups around here when I was growing up. We had everything they had. In some ways more. And they weren't getting us constantly mixed up in stupid wars all over the world to satisfy their State Department.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of good things about Canada, but that's the thing. I'm hoping this leverage gives these people, at least proverbially, a road to Damascus moment where they go, okay, well, now we got to actually run this place like a country.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And they'll bungle it completely. And they'll be completely wiped out in the next election. And, maybe we'll have somebody that can actually tell the truth for a change. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's funky. I had hoped for better than this, but I can't say I'm shocked. Because, again, the people that the status quo benefits the most, which is about half the country, this is existential for them too.
Mm-hmm.
But what they don't understand is they're having a cocktail party on the Titanic,
mm-hmm.
right? And we're all looking for the lifeboats.
Tell me the
And
story about.
They don't understand.
Tell us the story about how the plane's crashing and the cockpit's locked and it's blowing down in flames and.
Yeah. Basically, the plane's on fire and the people are, you got to land the plane, and what do? They lock the cockpit door and set the autopilot.
Yeah.
And just pretend it's not happening.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes. Like, you got to land the plane, dude. What? Turn up the, Stone Temple Pilots and Fortunate Son, it ain't me. and keep going, right? Yeah, because they're idiots.
So we
I
got
don't think these
161.
They know a lot of things. They have access to a lot of information we don't have. But in terms of making it all work together, this place is just about ungovernable anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're just in the looting phase, man. Everyone's just trying to get all that they can out of it and hope it all holds together. They don't have. This place is held together by chewing gum and prayer, man.
Yeah. So
that's
liberals,
about it.
Liberals 161, Conservatives 150, Quebecois 23, NDP 8, and Green Party 1.
Yeah, I'm looking over here right now. Yeah, Liberals are 10 seats ahead. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, because 11 seats for the NDP. Yeah, 171. Okay, well so basically, Carney and I'd heard Jagmeet was going to lose his seat. I don't know. Maybe they need a new leader. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. But but that would be 171, and then if the Tories could work with Bloc Québécois, it could be 174. Could be. But like I say, what's in it for Western Canada to work with the Bloc Québécois? Although I guess technically we're a separatist movement now too. Maybe we have more in common than we think.
I got another email here. Hey, Mike, you're right. Public sector vote looks like got Carney the win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why they hired all those people during the funky bug, right?
Yeah.
Handing out all the Justin bucks, right? Yeah. That's the thing. Pad the voter rolls. They don't care about anything but winning. How they actually govern after that, they don't care. That's the thing. That's how stupid they are. Oh, well, we'll just get elected and then we don't have to worry about it for 4 years. Right? It's dumb. It's dumb because the place is crumbling. And we're not going to sit idly by while our lives freaking crumble. Like our birth rates are collapsing. And you know what? All these newcomers, Oh well, they all breed us. Their birth rates will collapse too. You think their women are immune to gender studies programs at college?
Mm.
The same thing happens in that part of the world as happens here. As soon as the radicals and social engineers get their hands on the kids, it's all over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like whatever advantage they thought they were bringing, it all stops. And how many of them here, even if they are technically running the Tim Hortons, got it through some kind of small business, financing they got from Ottawa? Right? They didn't come here and do it with honest money.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that we have not been able to do here as old stock Canadians is work together, band together,
That's
and
the
identify
thing.
together.
It's like this
We
whole.
can't do it.
Yeah, but it's, you know what? I'm seeing it in the whole social media influence sphere. Sorry, the whole social media sphere.
Yeah.
I reach out to other social media. Hey, I've been around 15 years. You want me to come on and talk, or would you like to come on? Like, they laugh at me. They're like, "You're a pathetic loser. You haven't made 25 cents on social media. Why the hell would I come and talk to you?" I got an email back. The guy was telling me, like, "You're a pathetic loser. No one listens to you." So it's like, no one bands together on the social media. If we could band together on social media, we could make a huge, huge, huge presence. But everyone's to themselves, right?
Well, I mean, they have to be careful who they associate with, because they say shit like that to you, which is nonsense, because the reason that you're not doing the numbers they are is because they won't let you do the numbers that they are.
Yep.
So they're already kind of their own thing. And I've held this guy underwater. I won't work with him because I'm hydrophobic. Well, yeah, how about let him up? Well, no, can't do that either. That's the thing. I mean, yeah, there's walls up everywhere. So it reaches a point in time where, and who knows, maybe things are so bad in the UK right now that Trump and King Charles are talking, and he's just going to let us have Alberta.
Yeah,
you can have Alberta and Saskatchewan. We balance our books, right? Like, this struggle has been going on since 1776. It didn't end with the War of 1812. Britain and America are not buddies.
Somebody's asking, where are the Caucasians where are the Caucasians going to go to? Well, again, the European, like I've been saying for years, the European expansion will just go back to Europe, and you'll see
Europe is a basket case too.
Well,
though.
no, you're going to see Crusade 2.0. You're going to see the second the third or whatever crusade they're at. You're going to see a new crusade in Europe, and the people that are going to leave the North Americas will go back to Europe and repatriate or retake back. You'll see Crusade 2.0. I haven't been wrong about too many things. Supreme rolling the dice here. Yeah. So watch out.
Well, I think that you could see something like old stock Canadians that live in Brampton, and it becomes obvious that the town is just not going to get better anytime soon. Where are they going to go? They're probably going to go to Alberta or British Columbia, right? I mean, the thing is, you got enough people that see the truth and see the problem. They'll vote with their feet, they'll vote with their money, and there will be certain areas that will be strongholds. Like Orania in South Africa. That's a pretty extreme example. But yeah, you had some Afrikaners who basically just set up their own charter community. That was part of the deal for them giving up control of South Africa, is that they could have freedom of association. And of course, Pretoria complains about it, and look at how well they're doing, and the rest of us are poor. We need to go take their stuff, and they keep threatening to seize all the farmland. But the Afrikaners are also heavily armed. So it never, other than picking off some farmers here and there, it never goes anywhere, because the reality is, if these people got mad, they could take South Africa back, because they know how to fight, and they know how to shoot. Now, I don't think we would need to get that extreme in Canada, but it would be a matter of, okay, a bunch of people are going to have to start setting up communities again and working together and setting up parallel economies. The native bands, like the ones along the U.S.-Canada border. I mean, they're just civs. I mean, stuff goes back and forth on those reserves because nobody sets foot on them. Well, think of something like Lloydminster, that's on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border or something like that. Like, we don't have any cartels of our own, right? We don't have any Cosa Nostrums, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
But if people have to survive, they'll find a way, and they're going to have to pull together. Like, part of the reason that we're so disorganized is because people are still too comfortable. They think more about, where they're going to get the next tattoo than they do the future of their own kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that's stupidity. And stupidity has a price. You want normal life? I'm sorry, it's over because you rejected it. People rejected normal life.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to be a rebel. Everybody wants to be meaningful. Everybody wants to be a badass, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? The people that won the wars and settled the empty spaces and all that didn't think of themselves as badasses. They were tough because they had to be. And now everybody wants to be a badass, but they want to do it from their freaking couch. Piss off.
Fangulo.
They're pathetic. We got a long way to go before we got to pull out guns. But, like, MPs get letters and emails so rarely that if 10 people decided they were going to start an email campaign to influence their local MP, he'd probably listen. They all have fundraisers. Like, there was a guy in Chicago years ago, he had a blog, and he talked about how he got some things done in the city of Chicago. And what he did was he had a savings program, because there's elections down there every 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anytime that the local mayor had a fundraising dinner, he paid his $500 to go, because he'd get at least 15 minutes to talk to the candidate. And it's the same with the provincial and the federal elections, I mean, if you've got the money to pay for the plate to go and sit at that dinner, you'll get 10, 15 minutes with that candidate. He'll give you his attention. I mean, how do lobby groups work? It's the exact same thing. Hey, we'll get you this or we'll get you that if we can just get a chance to talk to you. Right? And if it's going to benefit him, because politics, I mean, if politics was all rigged, then why does it cost so freaking much?
Yeah.
Why do these have to guys get on planes and fly all over the country?
Like why? Yeah, I always wondered that. But they got to maintain that illusion. They got to maintain the illusion.
Well, it's Mike. I'll tell you what. I don't think it's an illusion, but I'll tell you why I think that. Okay, elections are rigged. Yeah, I'll go with that. Elections are rigged. But how do you rig elections? You prepare the ground ahead of time. Okay, who's been infecting the judiciary, the financial system, the educational system, the social welfare system for the last 60 years? It's the left.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? So they sowed the seed, right? They've been buying votes for 60 years, right? Why are these people showing up to vote for Carney after all of this? Because it's worked for them. Of course, they're going to look after themselves. Why would they vote against their own interests, as misguided as they may be? No, elections are only rigged to the extent that the ground has been prepared beforehand. I mean, it's just basically Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? Like, you've made all your arrangements, you've made all your calculations before you even pull the trigger, right? That's why elections are perceived as rigged. Because, I mean, I worked as a scrutineer on elections, and when I voted early last week, the exact same system was in place. You got two scrutineers there sitting at the table when the ballots are counted from two different political parties, are seated at the table watching the people count the votes and record them. And that box doesn't leave the polling place until you've both signed off on it. And then they put the seal on it. Right? Like, that same system is in use today.
No.
It's very difficult to rig elections the way you think. Like what the Democrats did. That's why I say 2020, they made their big move, because there were planes on the way from China with pre-printed ballots while that was going on. And then it was just a matter of, okay, where do we route the planes? When they shut down 6 states overnight, we were watching it live while it happened. Right? So why did they think they could get away with that? Because there was a bunch of stuff they were about to do. Right? And what did they do? Well, for the next 2 years, it was a full court press, chasing everybody around with the pokey, locking down businesses, printing money, buying everybody's vote, right? People registering businesses, and getting paycheck protection loans to go out and buy Dodge Hellcats and Alaska King Crab, right?
Alaska King Crab.
Alaska King Crab, baby. They just about cleaned up the population between 22 and 23 because of the number of people that were spending all their money on, Dolce and Gabbana, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. It's crazy. The usual suspects. I won't even get into it. But, and then this war broke out in Ukraine. Same deal. Central Europe, right? They've been preparing for that for like close to 30 years. Like basically they fired everything they had.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to kill the guy who was running against them. Tried to put him in prison before that. Right? And why did they do all that? Because this was their move. This was Agenda 2030. I think their schedule got knocked off. I think they didn't quite get the result they wanted, and now they failed. Now UK, they're talking about literally blocking out the sun.
Yeah, Bill Gates has been talking about that for ages.
They're going to block out the sun. Like what? You're going to starve us all.
Yep.
That's an act of war. Why would the Chinese or anybody not shoot those planes out of the sky? How's that different from dropping bombs on people? Yeah, we're going to shave 2 months a year off your growing season. Yeah, the Russians would love that, wouldn't they? It's insane. Why are they saying this shit? Because they're desperate, man.
Tempers are flaring tonight.
They're desperate. They're losing their shit, man. They're losing their shit. How did they manage to parachute this guy in here? And again, it's timing. There's a lot of science. There's a lot of math that goes into elections, just like war. Just like war. War is math.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Currie, our guy during the First World War, he proved that. They'd point him in a direction and say, how long would it take you to take that hill and how many people would you lose? And he could calculate down to the nearest 15 minutes of time and the nearest 1,000 casualties because it's just math. They got huge mathematical, quant guys that used to work on Wall Street that just do calculations for elections. They war game this stuff out like your computer game. It's actually fairly well developed. But the elections themselves, there's a lot of people there watching those polls. It's not that easy.
Somebody's asking me here, Mike Martins, what do you think to predict for the next 4 years? Example, Canadian dollar, example, economy, blah, blah, blah. Let me sleep on it tonight, and I'll think it over now that if this goes through, this liberal win goes through, because I'm just checking the boxes as we go. And I'm going to take a good look at what I was saying, what I was projecting to on my end, and go from there. And then someone else is saying to me, that 25% work for government, and Rob is saying that it's misinformation, LOL. And I think we have more than 25%. Like all the highway, all the service, all the you keep going on. The banks. Oh, banks don't work for government. Yeah, they do because they're federalized and they follow government. Yeah. No. And they only hire Chinese and Hindus. They don't hire Canadians. So it's government, right? So no. There's a lot that's government. Everything, like airports, everything. Like there's so much that government runs. But there's a mall by my house and there's a lot of independent stores. They're all paying taxes, 40-50% to government. So government owns everything. Everybody works for the government at this point now.
One way or another, yeah. One way or another, we're all kind of stuck there. Well, no one's happy with that system. I guess it comes down to, all this foreign money coming in has given governments economic leverage that they wouldn't have had just dealing with their average citizens, right? But these people are not our friends either, right? Like this is literally the gates of Troy being opened up, and they're letting a whole herd of wooden horses in, right?
Yep, a herd of them, not one.
They're all going to blow up. This is why the Americans are being so shrill about everything, because now their northern border is just as much a threat as the southern border. And we could say they're overreacting, or it's just the Cheeto Benito doing his thing, but who cares? He doesn't have to care what anybody thinks in Canada. Who gives a shit? People stand up and down, and we're going to stop that Trump. We're going to stop that, Mango Mussolini or whatever. Well, it doesn't matter. They think they're so tough, man, because they've gotten their way their entire freaking lives. You're trying to explain to them, like, we're trying to save this place. What do you mean talking about? Canada works perfectly. Well, yeah, for you. The other half of the country's drowning, and you think it's great. Because they're all racist, misogynist. Like, oh my god, these people are horrible. Yeah, there was
Dude,
somebody on
go stand in the
here.
lineup at the grocery store in my town. Go
Yeah.
stand, just go stand in the lineup all day. Sir, are you gonna buy something? No, I just want to hear what people are saying. You'll never believe the stuff people talk about. It's like, what? Yeah, like a good portion of Canada is like, I think, completely off the rails, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about what you said earlier about the old school stock Canadians that haven't seen everything's been good for the last 34 years. I'm talking about the people from the last, I'm talking about the people that arrived here last year and the year before, the 2 years before. Like, what comes out of their mouths, it's like, you wouldn't believe it. It's
but there again, I mean, it's always this assumption, okay, that you're just going to introduce all these different people, all these different cultures, and they're going to come in here and everything else is going to stay the same. They don't game that out. I don't think they game that out. I mean, to them, it's just a cell. We're just a cell on a spreadsheet, right? They don't game out what people will actually do when they hit that breaking point. Okay, I literally have no future if this keeps on the way it is. That's why I tell people to stay out of the way, because if you've been living as sensibly as possible, yes, you've been suffering for a long time, but you also, I mean, most of the people you've seen around you who aren't suffering are up to their ass in debt. They're absolute morally bankrupt. They're NPCs.
Yep.
Right?
41%.
I mean, NPCs are the lemmings going over the cliff. Don't go with them. Let them burn the cars. Let them ride in the streets. Let them do whatever. Stay the hell out of it. Don't be a casualty. You don't need to be. There'll be a time and a place where if it looks like we got no choice, well, then we got no choice. As long as you've got choices right now, do what you can to just stay the hell out of the way. It sounds passive, and especially for a guy, the idea of being powerless and not having any power over your destiny or your future or for your kid's future is infuriating. But you've got to look after yourself and yours first. Because these people aren't. They don't care. They lost the mandate of heaven, and they're not happy about it. Right? They're going to take everybody with them if they can. You know, they want to block out the sun, like the most deranged freaking shit you can imagine.
We covered that like people... that was like a
I know. They've been talking about it for years, Mike, but it's just stupid. It's stupid. Like we're looking right at you, idiots.
Yep.
We're looking right at you.
Fangulo.
Don't be a coward, man. Don't be a fool either, Rob. Okay? There comes a point in time when there's enough people that they can't stop you. But if you're going to be a lone wolf, you're going to be an entry on page 3 or page 30 in the local paper. That's all you're going to be. Yeah. You've seen it happen in the States. You see it happen everywhere.
All right. Supreme, it's like 9:20. I'm falling asleep here. Having a tough time.
Whatever's going to happen, it looks like at this point we have a liberal minority government, which is better than a sweeping majority. But 150, 161. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like in the morning. You know, the polls have been closed here in BC for just over an hour. So
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I wake up tomorrow so there's like some sort of a difference or a change or anything. But it's not like anybody else is going to come in and fix it, though. But at least give people a sense of hope, at least, Supreme, right?
Well, the tariff war and the things that Trump's been saying, this inflammatory rhetoric, okay, it's going to light a fire under people to unite as a country, whether we like the way they do it or not. Maybe we'll actually see some good things come from it if they're serious.
Right.
If they're serious. Right? Because this new guy, people will turn on him really quick. And it's a minority government. You know, and so 169 and the Tories have 150 and Bloc Québécois 25. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if Polyev could make kamikaze of the Bloc Québécois, they could form a government. How they would do it, I don't know. But, you know, there is, you know, there's extra pressure being put on Ottawa from Western Canada now that America has got its eyes on it. Because when they say they want 51st state, yeah, they don't want all of Canada. They don't care about Ontario and Quebec. Why the hell would they want them? Right? Ontario is the most indebted jurisdiction on the planet, thanks to Kathleen Wynne, and she was premier for like 14 years. Like that's the kind of people you got in that part of the country. They're out of their minds. They're completely out of their minds. So, what are we gonna do? But now, there's leverage that didn't exist before, and it'll be there for at least the next 4 years. So, it's not over. We'll see what they come up with. They're gonna have to come up with something, and they're gonna have to do it quick because things are gonna get hard here.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard. And there's always provincial elections.
There is.
Right? Yeah. You start getting a conservative landslide in Western Canada. Yeah. Yeah, things could get rough for the powers that be.
Yep.
And that's not including things like sabotage. There could be all kinds of sabotage. There could be things that are not necessarily violent to people, but are violent to infrastructure, just to make a point. And if the Americans really get upset and we're going to move this along, their people are going to be here doing stuff too. Well, you'll see independent movements that are mysteriously very well financed. And and they'll be like, come to Papa, come to Papa, come to Papa. Yeah, we'll see. If Canada can weather those kind of centrifugal forces, then maybe we got a shot. But right now, we're seriously weakened, and we got a lot of pissed off people. And again, another electoral cycle is another several 100,000 of the old status quo believers that will be not here, physically not here. So the dynamic's going to change anyway. So anyway, that's my take on it. It's easier said than done, but
yep.
Tomorrow's another day, bud.
We'll stay in touch through the week.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, Supreme Canon. God bless you. Sleep well.
God bless you. God bless everyone. Yeah, chin up. We'll sort it out.
All right.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Sorry, guys. I'm falling asleep. It's been a kind of a semi-long day. Did a lot of driving, a lot of things today. Ran a lot of errands, and Freedom Mongoose's gear on Rumble. Guys, just an update because I got 90 people here. Guys, we are moving Mike and the Knights to Odyssey. Just type in Mike and the Knight Odyssey. We're on Odyssey now because Rumble, I'm not getting a stream key from Rumble anymore. It happened again in 2021. They cut me off of Rumble again, and I am putting the replays on mikeandtheknight.org for you guys. I'm allowed to upload though, but for some reason I'm not getting a stream key, so I can't stream on Rumble anymore. So we have to go back to Odyssey. We're constantly getting kicked off of everywhere. I could understand if I'm being wrong about everything and I'm lying and I'm being wrong and everything I'm saying or predicting doesn't come true and I'm full of shit. I get that, but that's not the case here. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go check on my kids, make sure they're in bed, and I have hopefully things change overnight, and I wake up in the morning and say, damn, I was wrong. Good. Thank God I'm wrong about something, but the playbook has already been written out, guys. The playbook has already been written out. It's game over. For now. But I'll see you guys on the flip side, I promise. We'll see you on Mike of the Night on Odyssey. If you guys want to... let me give you my Odyssey... let me give you guys that link there. Here, let me find it here if I can find it. If you guys want to join us on Saturday nights for Mike of the Night, the voice of the Commonwealth, where we get callers in from all over. There it is. Episode 603 of Mike of the Night is up. Well, that went live. A lot of people missed the show. Here I am on Odyssey. And if you guys want to... There it is. Boom. There I am. And if you guys want to join... If you guys don't want to miss... Because I got so many people complaining to me that they missed the episode of Mike of the Night. They were so pissed. A lot of people were pissed. A lot of comments on the last video there on the re-upload of... on Rumble. Just I could add you to my email list, MikeMartins1980@gmail.com. I could add you to my email list. I could add you, and then I could and we could go from there. And then this way you don't miss a live stream. And we only go live once a week, so I won't be bugging you too much. Oh, I got the Mike in the Night background here tonight. I got the wrong one up here. Look, this last week's show. Anyways, guys, I'm going to head out. I'm tired. And hopefully tomorrow morning we wake up with a different, I don't know, and if a different person gets elected or selected. Would it change anything anyway? Anyways, you guys have a good night. I love you guys very much. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the, someone send me some money here, $9.80. Thank you so much. And God bless. And I'll see you guys on the flip side. Mike Martin's here. I have spoken.